Book 4, Chapter 12 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 12. After the success of his corn-cutting machine and the apparatus for unloading coal cars that brought him $100,000 in cash, Hugh could not remain the isolated figure he had been all through the first several years of his life in the Ohio community. From all sides men reached out their hands to him, and more than one woman had thought she would like to be his wife. All men lead their lives behind a wall of misunderstanding they themselves have built, and most men die in silence and unnoticed behind the walls. Now and then a man cut off from his fellows by the peculiarities of his nature becomes absorbed in doing something that is impersonal, useful, and beautiful. Word of his activities is carried over the walls. His name is shouted and is carried by the wind into the tiny enclosure in which other men live, and in which they are for the most part absorbed in doing some petty task for the furtherance of their own comfort. Men and women stop their complaining about the unfairness and inequality of life and wonder about the man whose name they have heard. From Bidwell, Ohio, to farms all over the Middle West, Hugh McVeigh's name had been carried. His machine for cutting corn was called the McVeigh Corn Cutter. The name was printed in white letters against a background of red on the side of the machine. Farmer boys in the states of Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, and all the great corn-growing states saw it, and in idle moments wondered what kind of man had invented the machine they operated. A Cleveland newspaper man came to Bidwell and went to Pickleville to see Hugh. He wrote a story telling of Hugh's early poverty and his efforts to become an inventor. When the reporter talked to Hugh, he found the inventor so embarrassed and uncommunicative that he gave up trying to get a story. Then he went to Steve Hunter, who talked to him for an hour. The story made Hugh a strikingly romantic figure. His people, the story said, came out of the mountains of Tennessee, but they were not poor whites. It was suggested they were of the best English stock. There was a tale of Hugh's having in his boyhood contrived some kind of a machine that carried water from a valley to a mountain community. Another of his having seen a clock in a store in a Missouri town, and of his having later made a clock of wood for his parents, and a tale of his having gone into the forest with his father's gun, shot a wild hog, and carried it down the mountainside on his shoulder in order to get money to buy school books. After the tale was printed, the advertising manager of the corn cutter factory got Hugh to go with him one day to Tom Butterworth's farm. Many bushels of corn were brought out of the corn cribs, and a great mountain of corn was built on the ground at the edge of a field. Back of the mountain of corn was a cornfield just coming into tassel. Hugh was told to climb up on the mountain and sit there. Then his picture was taken. It was sent to newspapers all over the West, with copies of the biography cut from the Cleveland paper. Later, both the picture and the biography were used in the catalog that described the McVeigh corn cutter. The cutting of corn and putting it in shocks against the time of the husking is heavy work. In recent times it has come about that much of the corn grown on mid-American prairie lands is not cut. The corn is left standing in the fields, and men go through it in the late fall to pick the yellow ears. The workers throw the corn over their shoulders into a wagon driven by a boy, who follows them in their slow progress, and it is then hauled away to the cribs. When a field has been picked, The cattle are turned in, and all winter they nibble at the dry corn blades and tramp the stalks into the ground. All day long on the wide western prairies, when the gray fall days have come, you may see the men and the horses working their way slowly through the fields. Like tiny insects, they crawl across the immense landscapes. After them, in the late fall and in the winter, when the prairies are covered with snow, come the cattle. They are brought from the far west in cattle cars, and after they have nibbled the corn blades all day, are taken to barns and stuffed to bursting with corn. When they are fat, they are sent to the great killing pens in Chicago, the giant city of the prairies. In the still fall nights, as you stand on prairie roads or in the barnyard back of one of the farmhouses, you may hear the rustling of the dry corn blades, and then the crash of the heavy bodies of the beast going forward as they nibble and trample the corn. In earlier days, the method of corn harvesting was different. There was poetry in the operation then, as there is now, but it was set to another rhythm. When the corn was ripe, men went into the fields with heavy corn knives and cut the stalks of corn close to the ground. The stalks were cut with the right hand swinging the corn knife and carried on the left arm. All day a man carried a heavy load of the stalks from which yellow ears hung down. When the load became unbearably heavy, it was carried to the shock, and when all the corn was cut in a certain area, the shock was made secure by binding it with tarred rope or with a tough stalk twisted to take the place of the rope. When the cutting was done, the long rows of stalks stood up in the fields like sentinels, and the men crawled off to the farmhouses and to bed, utterly weary. Hugh's machine took all of the heavier part of the work away. It cut the corn near the ground and bound it into bundles that fell upon a platform. 2 men followed the machine, one to drive the horses and the other to place the bundles of stalks against the shocks and to bind the completed shocks. The men went along smoking their pipes and talking. The horses stopped, and the driver stared out over the prairies. His arms did not ache with weariness, and he had time to think. The wonder and mystery of the wide-open places got a little into his blood. At night, when the work was done and the cattle fed and made comfortable in the barns, he did not go at once to bed, but sometimes went out of his house and stood for a moment under the stars. This thing the brain of the son of a mountain man, the poor white of the river town, had done for the people of the plains. The dreams he had tried so hard to put away from him, and that the New England woman, Sarah Shepherd, had told him would lead to his destruction, had come to something. The car dumping apparatus that had sold for $200,000 had given Steve Hunter money to buy the plant-setting machine factory, and with Tom Butterworth to start manufacturing the corn cutters, had affected the lives of fewer people, but it had carried the Missourian's name into other places, and had also made a new kind of poetry in railroad yards and along rivers at the back of cities where ships are loaded. On city nights, as you lie in your houses, you may hear suddenly a long reverberating roar. It is a giant that has cleared his throat of a carload of coal. Hugh McVey helped to free the giant. He is still doing it. In Bidwell, Ohio, he is still at it, making new inventions, cutting the bands that have bound the giant. He is one man who has not been swept aside from his purpose by the complexity of life. That, however, came near happening. After the coming of his success, 1,000 little voices began calling to him. The soft hands of women reached out of the masses of people about him, out of the old dwellers and the new dwellers in the city that was growing up about the factories where his machines were being made in ever-increasing numbers. New houses were constantly being built along Turner's Pike that led down to his workshop at Pickleville. Beside Allie Mulberry, a dozen mechanics were now employed in his experimental shop. They helped Hugh with a new invention, a hay loading apparatus on which he was at work, and also made special tools for use in the corn cutter factory and the new bicycle factory. A dozen new houses had been built in Pickleville itself. The wives of the mechanics lived in the houses, and occasionally one of them came to see her husband at Hugh's shop. He found it less and less difficult to talk to people. The workmen, themselves not given to the use of many words, did not think his habitual silence peculiar. They were more skilled than Hugh in the use of tools, and thought it rather an accident that he had done what they had not done. As he had grown rich by that road, they also tried their hand at inventions. One of them made a patent door hinge that Steve sold for $10,000, keeping half the money for his services, as he had done in the case of Hugh's car dumping apparatus. At the noon hour the men hurried to their houses to eat, and then came back to loaf before the factory and smoke their noonday pipes. They talked of money-making, of the price of foodstuffs, of the advisability of a man's buying a house on the partial payment plan. Sometimes they talked of women and of their adventures with women. Hugh sat by himself inside the door of the shop and listened. At night, after he had gone to bed, he thought of what they had said. He lived in a house belonging to a Mrs. McCoy, the widow of a railroad section hand killed in a railroad accident, who had a daughter. The daughter, Rose McCoy, taught a country school, and most of the year was away from home from Monday morning until late on Friday afternoon. Hugh lay in bed thinking of what his workmen had said of women, and heard the old housekeeper moving about downstairs. Sometimes he got out of bed to sit by an open window. Because she was the woman whose life touched his most closely, he thought often of the schoolteacher. The McCoy house, a small frame affair with a picket fence separating it from Turner's Pike, stood with its back door facing the wheeling railroad. The section hands on the railroad remembered their former fellow workman, Mike McCoy, and wanted to be good to his widow. They sometimes dumped half-decayed railroad ties over the fence into the potato patch back of the house. At night, when heavily loaded coal trains rumbled past, the brakemen heaved large chunks of coal over the fence. The widow awoke whenever a train passed. When one of the brakemen threw a chunk of coal, he shouted, and his voice could be heard above the rumble of the coal cars. "That's for Mike," he cried. Sometimes one of the chunks knocked a picket out of the fence, and the next day Hugh put it back again. When the train had passed, the widow got out of bed and brought the coal into the house. "I don't want to give the boys away by leaving it lying around in the daylight," she explained to Hugh. On Sunday mornings, Hugh took a cross-cut saw and cut the railroad ties into lengths that would go into the kitchen stove. Slowly his place in the McCoy household had become fixed, and when he received the $100,000, and everybody, even the mother and daughter, expected him to move, he did not do so. He tried unsuccessfully to get the widow to take more money for his board, and when that effort failed, life in the McCoy household went as it had when he was a telegraph operator, receiving $40 a month. In the spring or fall, as he sat by his window at night, and when the moon came up and the dust in Turner's Pike was silvery white, Hugh thought of Rose McCoy, sleeping in some farmer's house. It did not occur to him that she might also be awake and thinking. He imagined her lying very still in bed. The section hand's daughter was a slender woman of 30, with tired blue eyes and red hair. Her skin had been heavily freckled in her youth, and her nose was still freckled. Although Hugh did not know it, she had once been in love with George Pike, the wheeling station agent, and a day had been set for the marriage. Then a difficulty arose in regard to religious beliefs, and George Pike married another woman. It was then she became a school teacher. She was a woman of few words, and she and Hugh had never been alone together. But as Hugh sat by the window on fall evenings, she lay awake in a room in the farmer's house where she was boarding during the school season, and thought of him. She thought that had Hugh remained a telegraph operator at $40 a month, something might have happened between them. Then she had other thoughts, or rather sensations, that had little to do with thoughts. The room in which she lay was very still, and a streak of moonlight came in through the window. In the barn back of the farmhouse she could hear the cattle stirring about. A pig grunted, and in the stillness that followed she could hear the farmer, who lay in the next room with his wife, snoring gently. Rose was not very strong, and the physical did not rule in her nature, but she was very lonely and thought that, like the farmer's wife, she would like to have a man to lie with her. Warmth crept over her body, and her lips became dry so that she moistened them with her tongue. Had you been able to creep unobserved into the room, you might have thought her much like a kitten lying by a stove. She closed her eyes and gave herself over to dreams. In her conscious mind she dreamed of being the wife of the bachelor Hugh McVey. But deep within her there was another dream, a dream having its basis in the memory of her one physical contact with a man. When they were engaged to be married, George had often kissed her. On one evening in the spring they had gone to sit together on the grassy bank beside the creek in the shadow of the pickle factory, then deserted and silent, and had come near to going beyond kissing. Why nothing else had happened, Rose did not exactly know. She had protested, but her protest had been feeble and had not expressed what she felt. George Pike had desisted in his effort to press love upon her because they were to be married, and he did not think it right to do what he thought of as taking advantage of a girl. At any rate, he did desist, and long afterward, as she lay in the farmhouse consciously thinking of her mother's bachelor boarder, her thoughts became less and less distinct, and when she had slipped off into sleep, George Pike came back to her. She stirred uneasily in bed and muttered words. Rough but gentle hands touched her cheeks and played in her hair. As the night wore on and the position of the moon shifted, the streak of moonlight lighted her face. One of her hands reached up and seemed to be caressing the moonbeams. The weariness had all gone out of her face. "Yes, George, I love you. I belong to you," she whispered. Had Hugh been able to creep like the moonbeam into the presence of the sleeping schoolteacher, he must invariably have loved her. Also, he would perhaps have understood that it is best to approach human beings directly and boldly, as he had approached the mechanical problems by which his days were filled. Instead, he sat by his window in the presence of the moonlit night and thought of women as being utterly unlike himself. Words dropped by Sarah Shepherd to the awakening boy came creeping back to his mind. He thought women were for other men, but not for him, and told himself he did not want a woman. And then in Turner's Pike something happened. A farmer boy who had been to town and who had the daughter of a neighbor in his buggy stopped in front of the house. A long freight train, grinding its way slowly past the station, barred the passage along the road. He held the reins in one hand and put the other about the waist of his companion. The two heads sought each other, and lips met. They clung to each other. The same moon that had shed its light on Rose McCoy in the distant farmhouse lighted the open place where the lovers sat in the buggy in the road. Hugh had to close his eyes and fight to put down an almost overpowering physical hunger in himself. His mind still protested that women were not for him. When his fancy made for him a picture of the schoolteacher Rose McCoy sleeping in a bed, he saw her only as a chaste white thing to be worshipped from afar, and not to be approached, at least not by himself. Again he opened his eyes and looked at the lovers whose lips still clung together. His long, slouching body stiffened, and he sat up very straight in his chair. Then he closed his eyes again. A gruff voice broke the silence. "That's for Mike," it shouted, and a great chunk of coal thrown from the train bounded across the potato patch and struck against the back of the house. Downstairs he could hear old Mrs. McCoy getting out of bed to secure the prize. The train passed, and the lovers in the buggy sank away from each other. In the silent night Hugh could hear the regular beats of the hoofs of the farmer boy's horse as it carried him and his woman away into the darkness. The two people living in the house with the old woman who had almost finished her life, and themselves trying feebly to reach out to life, never got to anything very definite in relation to each other. One Saturday evening in the late fall, the governor of the state came to Bidwell. There was a parade to be followed by a political meeting, and the governor, who was a candidate for re-election, was to address the people from the steps of the town hall. Prominent citizens were to stand on the steps beside the governor. Steve and Tom were to be there, and they had asked Hugh to come, but he had refused. He asked Rose McCoy to go to the meeting with him, and they set out from the house at 8 o'clock and walked to town. Then they stood at the edge of the crowd in the shadow of a store building and listened to the speech. To Hugh's amazement, his name was mentioned. The governor spoke of the prosperity of the town, indirectly hinting that it was due to the political sagacity of the party of which he was a representative, and then mentioned several individuals also partly responsible. "The whole country is sweeping forward to new triumphs under our banner," he declared. "But not every community is so fortunate as I find you here. Labor is employed at good wages. Life is fruitful and happy. You are fortunate here in having among you such businessmen as Stephen Hunter and Thomas Butterworth, and in the inventor Hugh McVey you have one of the greatest intellects and the most useful men that ever lived to help lift the burden off the shoulders of labor. What his brain is doing for labor, our party is doing in another way. The protective tariff is really the father of modern prosperity." The speaker paused, and a cheer arose from the crowd. Hugh took hold of the schoolteacher's arm and drew her away down a side street. They walked home in silence, but when they got to the house and were about to go in, the schoolteacher hesitated. She wanted to ask Hugh to walk about in the darkness with her, but did not have the courage of her desires. As they stood at the gate, and as the tall man with the long, serious face looked down at her, she remembered the speaker's words. How could he care for me? How could a man like him care anything for a homely little schoolteacher like me? She asked herself. Aloud, she said something quite different. As they had come along Turner's Pike, she had made up her mind she would boldly suggest a walk under the trees along Turner's Pike beyond the bridge, and had told herself that she would later lead him to the place beside the stream and in the shadow of the old pickle factory, where she and George Pike had come so near being lovers. Instead, she hesitated for a moment by the gate, and then laughed awkwardly and passed in. "You should be proud. I would be proud if I could be spoken of like that. I don't see why you keep living here in a cheap little house like ours," she said. On a warm spring Sunday night during the year in which Clara Butterworth came back to Bidwell to live, Hugh made what was for him an almost desperate effort to approach the school teacher. It had been a rainy afternoon, and Hugh had spent a part of it in the house. He came over from his shop at noon and went to his room. When she was at home, the school teacher occupied a room next to his own. The mother, who seldom left the house, had on that day gone to the country to visit a brother. The daughter got dinner for herself and Hugh, and he tried to help her wash the dishes. A plate fell out of his hands, and its breaking seemed to break the silent, embarrassed mood that had possession of them. For a few minutes they were children and acted like children. Hugh picked up another plate, and the schoolteacher told him to put it down. He refused. "You're as awkward as a puppy. How you ever managed to do anything over at that shop of yours is more than I know." Hugh tried to keep hold of the plate which the schoolteacher tried to snatch away, and for a few minutes they struggled, laughing. Her cheeks were flushed, and Hugh thought she looked bewitching. An impulse he had never had before came to him. He wanted to shout at the top of his lungs, throw the plate at the ceiling, sweep all of the dishes off the table, and hear them crash on the floor, play like some huge animal loose in a tiny world. He looked at Rose, and his hands trembled from the strength of the strange impulse. As he stood staring, she took the plate out of his hand and went into the kitchen. Not knowing what else to do, he put on his hat and went for a walk. Later he went to the shop and tried to work, but his hand trembled when he tried to hold a tool, and the hay-loading apparatus on which he was at work seemed suddenly a very trivial and unimportant thing. At 4 o'clock Hugh got back to the house and found it apparently empty, although the door leading to Turner's Pike was open. The rain had stopped falling, and the sun struggled to work its way through the clouds. He went upstairs to his own room and sat on the edge of his bed. The conviction that the daughter of the house was in her room next door came to him, and although the thought violated all the beliefs that he had ever held regarding women in relation to himself, he decided that she had gone to her room to be near him when he came in. For some reason he knew that if he went to her door and knocked, she would not be surprised and would not refuse him admission. He took off his shoes and set them gently on the floor. Then he went on tiptoes out into the little hallway. The ceiling was so low that he had to stoop to avoid knocking his head against it. He raised his hand, intending to knock on the door, and then lost courage. Several times he went into the hallway with the same intent, and each time returned noiselessly to his own room. He sat in the chair by the window and waited. An hour passed. He heard a noise that indicated that the schoolteacher had been lying on her bed. Then he heard the footsteps on the stairs, and presently saw her go out of the house and go along Turner's Pike. She did not go toward town, but over the bridge past his shop and into the country. Hugh drew himself back out of sight. He wondered where she could be going. The roads are muddy. Why does she go out? Is she afraid of me? He asked himself. When he saw her turn at the bridge and look back toward the house, his hands trembled again. She wants me to follow. She wants me to go with her, he thought. Hugh did presently go out of the house and along the road, but did not meet the schoolteacher. She had, in fact, crossed the bridge and had gone along the bank of the creek on the farther side. Then she crossed over again on a fallen log and went to stand by the wall at the pickle factory. A lilac bush grew beside the wall, and she stood out of sight behind it. When she saw Hugh in the road, her heart beat so heavily that she had difficulty in breathing. He went along the road and presently passed out of sight, and a great weakness took possession of her. Although the grass was wet, she sat on the ground against the wall of the building and closed her eyes. Later she put her face in her hands and wept. The perplexed inventor did not go back to his boarding house until late that night, and when he did, he was unspeakably glad that he had not knocked on the door of Rose McCoy's room. He had decided during the walk that the whole notion that she had wanted him had been born in his own brain. "She's a nice woman," he had said to himself over and over during the walk, and thought that in coming to that conclusion he had swept away all possibilities of anything else in her. He was tired when he got home and went at once to bed. The old woman came home from the country, and her brother sat in his buggy and shouted to the schoolteacher, who came out of her room and ran down the stairs. He heard the two women carry something heavy into the house and drop it on the floor. The farmer brother had given Mrs. McCoy a bag of potatoes. Hugh thought of the mother and daughter standing together downstairs, and was unspeakably glad he had not given way to his impulse toward boldness. She would be telling her now. She's a good woman, and would be telling her now, he thought. At 2 o'clock that night, Hugh got out of bed. In spite of the conviction that women were not for him, he had found himself unable to sleep. Something that shone in the eyes of the schoolteacher, when she struggled with him for the possession of the plate, kept calling to him, and he got up and went to the window. The clouds had all gone out of the sky, and the night was clear. At the window next to his own sat Rose McCoy. She was dressed in a nightgown and was looking away along Turner's Pike to the place where George Pike, the station master, lived with his wife. Without giving himself time to think, Hugh knelt on the floor and with his long arm reached across the space between the two windows. His fingers had almost touched the back of the woman's head and ached to play in the mass of red hair that fell down over her shoulders, when again self-consciousness overcame him. He drew his arm quickly back and stood upright in the room. His head banged against the ceiling, and he heard the window of the room next door go softly down. With a conscious effort, he took himself in hand. "She's a good woman. Remember, she's a good woman," he whispered to himself, and when he got again into his bed, he refused to let his mind linger on the thoughts of the schoolteacher, but compelled them to turn to the unsolved problems he still had to face before he could complete his hay-loading apparatus. "You tend to your business and don't be going off on that road any more," he said, as though speaking to another person. "Remember, she's a good woman, and you haven't the right. That's all you have to do. Remember, you haven't the right," he added with a ring of command in his voice. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Poor White a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 13. Hugh first saw Clara Butterworth one day in July when she had been at home for a month. She came to his shop late one afternoon with her father and a man who had been employed to manage the new bicycle factory. The three got out of Tom's buggy and came into the shop to see Hugh's new invention, the hayloading apparatus. Tom and the man, named Alfred Buckley, went to the rear of the shop, and Hugh was left alone with the woman. She was dressed in a light summer gown, and her cheeks were flushed. Hugh stood by a bench near an open window and listened while she talked of how much the town had changed in the 3 years she had been away. "It is your doing, everyone says that," she declared. Clara had been waiting for an opportunity to talk to Hugh. She began asking questions regarding his work and what was to come of it. "When everything is done by machines, what are people to do?" she asked. She seemed to take it for granted that the inventor had thought deeply on the subject of industrial development, a subject on which Kate Chancellor had often talked during a whole evening. Having heard Hugh spoken of as one who had a great brain, she wanted to see the brain at work. Alfred Buckley came often to her father's house and wanted to marry Clara. In the evening the two men sat on the front porch of the farmhouse and talked of the town and the big things that were to be done there. They spoke of Hugh, and Buckley, an energetic, talkative fellow with a long jaw and restless gray eyes who had come from New York City, suggested schemes for using him. Clara gathered that there was a plan on foot to get control of Hugh's future inventions and thereby gain an advantage over Steve Hunter. The whole matter puzzled Clara. Alfred Buckley had asked her to marry him, and she had put the matter off. The proposal had been a formal thing, not at all what she had expected from a man she was to take as a partner for life. But Clara was at the moment very seriously determined upon marriage. The New York man was at her father's house several evenings every week. She had never walked about with him, nor had they in any way come close to each other. He seemed too much occupied with work to be personal, and had proposed marriage by writing her a letter. Clara got the letter from the post office, and it upset her so that she felt she could not for a time go into the presence of anyone she knew. "I am unworthy of you, but I want you to be my wife. I will work for you. I am new here, and you do not know me very well. All I ask is the privilege of proving my merit. I want you to be my wife, but before I dare come and ask you to do me so great an honor, I feel I must prove myself worthy," the letter said. Clara had driven into town alone on the day when she received it, and later got into her buggy and drove south past the Butterworth farm into the hills. She forgot to go home for lunch or to the evening meal. The horse jogged slowly along, protesting and trying to turn back at every crossroad, but she kept on and did not get home until midnight. When she reached the farmhouse, her father was waiting. He went with her into the barnyard and helped unhitch the horse. Nothing was said, and after a moment's conversation having nothing to do with the subject that occupied both their minds, she went upstairs and tried to think the matter out. She became convinced that her father had something to do with the proposal of marriage, that he knew about it, and had waited for her to come home in order to see how it had affected her. Clara wrote a reply that was as noncommittal as the proposal itself. "I do not know whether I want to marry you or not. I will have to become acquainted with you. I, however, thank you for the offer of marriage, and when you feel that the right time has come, we will talk about it," she wrote. After the exchange of letters, Alfred Buckley came to her father's house more often than before, but he and Clara did not become better acquainted. He did not talk to her, but to her father. Although she did not know it, the rumor that she was to marry the New York man had already run about town. She did not know whether her father or Buckley had told the tale. On the front porch of the farmhouse through the summer evenings the two men talked of the progress of the town and the part they were taking and hoped to take in its future growth. The New York man had proposed a scheme to Tom. He was to go to Hugh and propose a contract giving the two men an option on all his future inventions. As the inventions were completed, they were to be financed in New York City, and the two men would give up manufacture and make money much more rapidly as promoters. They hesitated because they were afraid of Steve Hunter and was afraid Hugh would not fall in with their plan. It wouldn't surprise me if Steve already had such a contract with him. He's a fool if he hasn't, the older man said. Evening after evening the two men talked, and Clara sat in the deep shadows at the back of the porch and listened. The enmity that had existed between herself and her father seemed to be forgotten. The man who had asked her to marry him did not look at her, but her father did. Buckley did most of the talking and spoke of New York City businessmen, already famous throughout the Middle West as giants of finance, as though they were lifelong friends. "They'll put over anything I ask them to," he declared. Clara tried to think of Alfred Buckley as a husband. Like Hugh McVey, he was tall and gaunt, but unlike the inventor, whom she had seen 2 or 3 times on the street, he was not carelessly dressed. There was something sleek about him, something that suggested a well-bred dog, a hound, perhaps. As he talked, he leaned forward like a greyhound in pursuit of a rabbit. His hair was carefully parted, and his clothes fitted him like the skin of an animal. He wore a diamond scarf pin. His long jaw, it seemed to her, was always wagging. Within a few days after the receipt of his letter, she had made up her mind that she did not want him as a husband, and she was convinced he did not want her. The whole matter of marriage had, she was sure, been in some way suggested by her father. When she came to that conclusion, she was both angry and in an odd way touched. She did not interpret it as a fear of some sort of indiscretion on her part, but thought that her father wanted her to marry because he wanted her to be happy. As she sat in the darkness on the front porch of the farmhouse, the voices of the two men became indistinct. It was as though her mind went out of her body and like a living thing journeyed over the world. Dozens of men she had seen and had casually addressed, young fellows attending school at Columbus, and boys of the town with whom she had gone to parties and dances when she was a young girl, came to stand before her. She saw their figures distinctly, but remembered them at some advantageous moment of her contact with them. At Columbus there was a young man from a town in the southern end of the state, one of the sort that was always in love with a woman. During her first year in school he had noticed Clara, had been undecided as to whether he had better pay attention to her or to a little black-eyed town girl who was in their classes. Several times he walked down the college hill and along the street with Clara. The two stood at a street crossing where she was in the habit of taking a car. Several cars went by as they stood together by a bush that grew by a high stone wall. They talked of trivial matters, a comedy club that had been organized in the school, the chances of victory for the football team. The young man was one of the actors in a play to be given by the comedy club, and told Clara of his experiences at rehearsals. As he talked, his eyes began to shine, and he seemed to be looking not at her face or body, but at something within her. For a time, perhaps for 15 minutes, there was a possibility that the two people would love each other. Then the young man went away, and later she saw him walking under the trees on the college campus with the little black-eyed town girl. As she sat on the porch in the darkness in the summer evenings, Clara thought of the incident and of dozens of other swift-passing contacts she had made with men. The voices of the two men talking of money-making went on and on. Whenever she came back out of her introspective world of thought, Alfred Buckley's long jaw was wagging. He was always at work steadily, persistently urging something on her father. It was difficult for Clara to think of her father as a rabbit, but the notion that Alfred Buckley was like a hound stayed with her. The wolf and the wolfhound, she thought absent-mindedly. Clara was 23 and seemed to herself mature. She did not intend wasting any more time going to school and did not want to be a professional woman like Kate Chancellor. There was something she did want, and in a way some man, she did not know what man it would be, was concerned in the matter. She was very hungry for love, but might have got that from another woman. Kate Chancellor would have loved her. She was not unconscious of the fact that their friendship had been something more than friendship. Kate loved to hold Clara's hand and wanted to kiss and caress her. The inclination had been put down by Kate herself. A struggle had gone on in her, and Clara had been dimly conscious of it and had respected Kate for making it. Why? Clara asked herself that question a dozen times during the early weeks of that summer. Kate Chancellor had taught her to think. When they were together, Kate did both the thinking and the talking. But now Clara's mind had a chance. There was something back of her desire for a man. She wanted something more than caresses. There was a creative impulse in her that could not function until she had been made love to by a man. The man she wanted was but an instrument she sought in order that she might fulfill herself. Several times during those evenings in the presence of the two men, who talked only of making money out of the products of another man's mind, she almost forced her mind out into a concrete thought concerning women, and then it became again befogged. Clara grew tired of thinking and listened to the talk. The name of Hugh McVey played through the persistent conversation like a refrain. It became fixed in her mind. The inventor was not married. By the social system under which she lived, that and that only made him a possibility for her purposes. She began to think of the inventor, and her mind, weary of playing about her own figure, played about the figure of the tall, serious-looking man she had seen on Main Street. When Alfred Buckley had driven away to town for the night, she went upstairs to her own room, but did not get into bed. Instead, she put out her light and sat by an open window that looked out upon the orchard and from which she could see a little stretch of the road that ran past the farmhouse toward town. Every evening before Alfred Buckley went away, there was a little scene on the front porch. When the visitor got up to go, her father made some excuse of going indoors or around the corner of the house into the barnyard. "I will have Jim Priest hitch up your horse," he said, and hurried away. Clara was left in the company of the man who had pretended he wanted to marry her, and who, she was convinced, wanted nothing of the kind. She was not embarrassed, but could feel his embarrassment, and enjoyed it. He made formal speeches. "Well, the night is fine," he said. Clara hugged the thought that he was uncomfortable. "He has taken me for a green country girl, impressed with him because he's from the city and dressed in fine clothes, she thought. Sometimes her father stayed away 5 or 10 minutes, and she did not say a word. When her father returned, Alfred Buckley shook hands with him and then turned to Clara, apparently now quite at his ease. "We have bored you, I'm afraid," he said. He took her hand and, leaning over, kissed the back of it ceremoniously. Her father looked away. Clara went upstairs and sat by the window. She could hear the two men continuing their talk in the road before the house. After a time, the front door banged. Her father came into the house, and the visitor drove away. Everything became quiet, and for a long time she could hear the hoofs of Alfred Barkley's horse beating a rapid tattoo on the road that led down into town. Clara thought of Hugh McVey. Alfred Buckley had spoken of him as a backwoodsman with a streak of genius. He constantly harped on the notion that he and Tom could use the man for their own ends, and she wondered if both of the men were making as great a mistake about the inventor as they were about her. In the silent summer night, when the sound of the horses' hoofs had died away, and when her father had quit stirring about the house, she heard another sound. The corn-cutting machine factory was very busy and had put on a night shift. When the night was still, or when there was a slight breeze blowing up the hill from town, there was a low rumbling sound coming from many machines working in wood and steel, followed at regular intervals by the steady breathing of a steam engine. The woman at the window, like everyone else in her town and in all the towns of the Midwestern country, became touched with the idea of the romance of industry. The dreams of the Missouri boy that he had fought had by the strength of his persistency twisted into new channels so that they had expressed themselves in definite things, in corn-cutting machines and in machines for unloading coal cars and for gathering hay out of a field and loading it on wagons without aid of human hands, were still dreams and capable of arousing dreams in others. They awoke dreams in the mind of the woman. The figures of other men that had been playing through her mind slipped away, and but the one figure remained. Her mind made up stories concerning Hugh. She had read the absurd tale that had been printed in the Cleveland paper, and her fancy took hold of it. Like every other citizen of America, she believed in heroes. In books and magazines, she had read of heroic men who had come up out of poverty by some strange alchemy to combine in their stout persons all of the virtues. The broad, rich land demanded gigantic figures, and the minds of men had created the figures. Lincoln, Grant, Garfield, Sherman, and a half-dozen other men were something more than human in the minds of the generation that came immediately after the days of their stirring performance. Already, industry was creating a new set of semi-mythical figures. The factory at work in the night-time in the town of Bidwell became, to the mind of the woman sitting by the window in the farmhouse, not a factory but a powerful animal, a powerful beast-like thing that Hugh had tamed and made useful to his fellows. Her mind ran forward and took the taming of the beast for granted. The hunger of her generation found a voice in her. Like everyone else, she wanted heroes, and Hugh, to whom she had never talked and about whom she knew nothing, became a hero. Her father, Alfred Buckley, Steve Hunter, and the rest were, after all, pygmies. Her father was a schemer. He had even schemed to get her married, perhaps to further his own plans. In reality, his schemes were so ineffective that she did not need to be angry with him. There was but one man of them all who was not a schemer. Hugh was what she wanted to be. He was a creative force. In his hands, dead, inanimate things became creative forces. He was what she wanted not herself, but perhaps a son to be. The thought, at last definitely expressed, startled Clara, and she arose from the chair by the window and prepared to go to bed. Something within her body ached, but she did not allow herself to pursue further the thoughts she had been having. On the day when she went with her father and Alfred Buckley to visit Hugh's shop, Clara knew that she wanted to marry the man she would see there. The thought was not expressed in her, but slept like a seed newly planted in fertile soil. She had herself managed that she was taken to the factory, and had also managed that she be left with Hugh while the two men went to look at the half-completed hay loader at the back of the shop. She had been talking to Hugh while the four people stood on the little grass plot before the shop. They went inside, and her father and Buckley went through a door toward the rear. She stopped by a bench, and as she continued talking, Hugh was compelled to stop and stand beside her. She asked questions, paid him vague compliments, and as he struggled, trying to make conversation, she studied him. To cover his confusion, he half turned away and looked out through a window into Turner's Pike. His eyes, she decided, were nice. They were somewhat small, but there was something gray and cloudy in them, and the gray cloudiness gave her confidence in the person behind the eyes. She could, she felt, trust him. There was something in his eyes that was like the things most grateful to her own nature. The sky seen across an open stretch of country, or over a river that ran straight away into the distance. Hugh's hair was coarse like the mane of a horse, and his nose was like the nose of a horse. He was, she decided, very like a horse, an honest, powerful horse, a horse that was humanized by the mysterious, hungering thing that expressed itself through his eyes. If I have to live with an animal, if, as Kate Chancellor once said, we women have to decide what other animal we are to live with before we can begin being human, I would rather live with a strong, kindly horse than a wolf or a wolfhound, she found herself thinking. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 14. Hugh had no suspicion that Clara had him under consideration as a possible husband. He knew nothing about her, but after she went away he began to think. She was a woman and good to look upon, and at once took Rose McCoy's place in his mind. All unloved men and many who are loved play in a half-subconscious way with the figures of many women, as women's minds play with the figures of men, seeing them in many situations, vaguely caressing them, dreaming of closer contacts. With Hugh, the impulse toward women had started late, but it was becoming every day more active. When he talked to Clara, and while she stayed in his presence, he was more embarrassed than he had ever been before, because he was more conscious of her than he had ever been of any other woman. In secret, he was not the modest man he thought himself. The success of his corn-cutting machine and his car-dumping apparatus, and the respect, amounting almost to worship, he sometimes saw in the eyes of the people of the Ohio town, had fed his vanity. It was a time when all of America was obsessed with one idea, and to the people of Bidwell nothing could be more important, necessary, and vital to progress than the things Hugh had done. He did not walk and talk like the other people of the town, and his body was overlarge and loosely put together, but in secret he did not want to be different, even in a physical way. Now and then there came an opportunity for a test of physical strength. An iron bar was to be lifted or a part of some heavy machine swung into place in the shop. In such a test he had found he could lift almost twice the load another could handle. Two men grunted and strained, trying to lift a heavy bar off the floor and put it on a bench. He came along and did the job alone, and without apparent effort. In his room at night or in the late afternoon or evening in the summer when he walked on country roads, he sometimes felt keen hunger for recognition of his merits from his fellows, and having no one to praise him, he praised himself. When the governor of the state spoke in praise of him before a crowd, and when he made Rose McCoy come away because it seemed immodest for him to stay and hear such words, he found himself unable to sleep. After tossing in his bed for 2 or 3 hours, he got up and crept quietly out of the house. He was like a man who, having an unmusical voice, sings to himself in a bathroom while the water is making a loud splashing noise. On that night, Hugh wanted to be an orator. As he stumbled in the darkness along Turner's Pike, he imagined himself governor of a state, addressing a multitude of people. A mile north of Pickleville, a dense thicket grew beside the road, and Hugh stopped and addressed the young trees and bushes. In the darkness, the mass of bushes looked not unlike a crowd, standing at attention, listening. The wind blew and played in the thick, dry growth, and there was a sound of as many voices whispering words of encouragement. Hugh said many foolish things. Expressions he had heard from the lips of Steve Hunter and Tom Butterworth came into his mind and were repeated by his lips. He spoke of the swift growth that had come to the town of Bidwell, as though it were an unmixed blessing. The factories, the homes of happy, contented people, the coming of industrial development as something akin to a visit of the gods. Rising to the height of egotism, he shouted, "I have done it! I have done it!" Hugh heard a buggy coming along the road and fled into the thicket. A farmer who had gone to town for the evening and who had stayed after the political meeting to talk with other farmers in Ben Head's saloon went homeward, asleep in his buggy. His head nodded up and down, heavy with the vapors rising from many glasses of beer. Hugh came out of the thicket feeling somewhat ashamed. The next day he wrote a letter to Sarah Shepherd and told her of his progress. "If you or Henry want any money, I can let you have all you want," he wrote, and did not resist the temptation to tell her something of what the governor had said of his work and his mind. "Anyway, they must think I amount to something, whether I do or not," he said wistfully. Having awakened to his own importance in the life about him, Hugh wanted direct human appreciation. After the failure of the effort both he and Rose had made to break through the wall of embarrassment and reserve that kept them apart, he knew pretty definitely that he wanted a woman. And the idea, once fixed in his mind, grew to gigantic proportions. All women became interesting, and he looked with hungry eyes at the wives of the workmen who sometimes came to the shop door to pass a word with their husbands, at young farm girls who drove along Turner's Pike on summer afternoons, town girls who walked in the Bidwell Main Street in the evening, at fair women and dark women. As he wanted a woman more consciously and determinedly, he became more afraid of individual women. His success and his association with the workmen in his shop had made him less self-conscious in the presence of men, but the women were different. In their presence he was ashamed of his secret thoughts of them. On the day when he was left alone with Clara, Tom Butterworth and Alfred Buckley stayed at the back of the shop for nearly 20 minutes. It was a hot day, and beads of sweat stood on Hugh's face. His sleeves were rolled to his elbows, and his hands and hairy arms were covered with shop grime. He put his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, leaving a long black mark. Then he became aware of the fact that as she talked, the woman looked at him in an absorbed, almost calculating way. It was as though he were a horse and she were a buyer, examining him to be sure he was sound and of a kindly disposition. While she stood beside him, her eyes were shining and her cheeks were flushed. The awakening, assertive male thing in him whispered that the flush of her cheeks and the shining eyes were indicative of something. His mind had been taught that lesson by the slight and wholly unsatisfactory experience with the schoolteacher at his boarding house. Clara drove away from the shop with her father and Alfred Buckley. Tom drove, and Alfred Buckley leaned forward and talked. "You must find out whether or not Steve has an option on the new tool. It would be foolish to ask outright and give ourselves away. The inventor is stupid and vain. Those fellows always are. They appear to be quiet and shrewd, but they always let the cat out of the bag. The thing to do is to flatter him in some way. A woman could find out all he knows in 10 minutes. He turned to Clara and smiled. There was something infinitely impertinent in the fixed, animal-like stare of his eyes. "We do take you into our plans, your father and me, eh?" he said. "You must be careful not to give us away when you talk to that inventor." From his shop window Hugh stared at the backs of the heads of the 3 people. The top of Tom Butterworth's buggy had been let down, and when he talked, Alfred Buckley leaned forward, and his head disappeared. Hugh thought Clara must look like the kind of woman men meant when they spoke of a lady. The farmer's daughter had an instinct for clothes, and Hugh's mind got the idea of gentility by way of the medium of clothes. He thought the dress she had worn the most stylish thing he had ever seen. Clara's friend, Kate Chancellor, while mannish in her dress, had an instinct for style and had taught Clara some valuable lessons. "Any woman can dress well if she knows how," Kate had declared. She had taught Clara how to study and emphasize by dress the good points of her body. Beside Clara, Rose McCoy looked dowdy and commonplace. Hugh went to the rear of his shop to where there was a water tap and washed his hands. Then he went to a bench and tried to take up the work he had been doing. Within 5 minutes he went to wash his hands again. He went out of the shop and stood beside the small stream that rippled along beneath willow bushes and disappeared under the bridge beneath Turner's Pike, and then went back for his coat and quit work for the day. An instinct led him to go past the creek again, and he knelt on the grass at the edge and again washed his hands. Hugh's growing vanity was fed by the thought that Clara was interested in him, but it was not yet strong enough to sustain the thought. He took a long walk, going north from the shop along Turner's Pike for 2 or 3 miles, and then by a crossroad between corn and cabbage fields to where he could, by crossing a meadow, get into a wood. For an hour he sat on a log at the wood's edge and looked south. Away in the distance, over the roofs of the houses of the town, he could see a white speck against a background of green, the Butterworth farmhouse. Almost at once he decided that the thing he had seen in Clara's eyes, and that was sister to something he had seen in Rose McCoy's eyes, had nothing to do with him. The mantle of vanity he had been wearing dropped off and left him naked and sad. What would she be wanting of me? He asked himself, and got up from the log to look with critical eyes at his long, bony body. For the first time in 2 or 3 years he thought of the words so often repeated in his presence by Sarah Shepherd in the first few months after he left his father's shack by the shore of the Mississippi River and came to work at the railroad station. She had called his people lazy louts and poor white trash, and had railed against his inclination to dreams. By struggle and work he had conquered the dreams, but could not conquer his ancestry, not change the fact that he was at bottom poor white trash. With a shudder of disgust he saw himself again a boy in ragged clothes that smelled of fish, lying stupid and half asleep in the grass beside the Mississippi River. He forgot the majesty of the dreams that sometimes came to him, and only remembered the swarms of flies that, attracted by the filth of their clothes, hovered over him and over the drunken father who lay sleeping beside him. A lump arose in his throat, and for a moment he was consumed with self-pity. Then he went out of the wood, crossed the field, and with his peculiar long shambling gait that got him over the ground with surprising rapidity, went again along the road. Had there been a stream nearby, he would have been tempted to tear off his clothes and plunge in. The notion that he could ever become a man who would in any way be attractive to a woman like Clara Butterworth seemed the greatest folly in the world. She's a lady. What would she be wanting of me? I ain't fittin' for her. I ain't fittin' for her, he said aloud, unconsciously falling into the dialect of his father. Hugh walked the entire afternoon away, and in the evening went back to his shop and worked until midnight. So energetically did he work that several knotty problems in the construction of the hay loading apparatus were cleared away. On the second evening after the encounter with Clara, Hugh went for a walk in the streets of Bidwell. He thought of the work on which he had been engaged all day, and then of the woman he had made up his mind he could under no circumstances win. As darkness came on, he went into the country, and at 9 returned along the railroad tracks past the corn-cutter factory. The factory was working day and night, and the new plant, also beside the tracks and but a short distance away, was almost completed. Behind the new plant was a field Tom Butterworth and Steve Hunter had bought and laid out in streets of working men's houses. The houses were cheaply constructed and ugly, and in all directions there was a vast disorder. But Hugh did not see the disorder or the ugliness of the buildings. The sight that lay before him strengthened his waning vanity. Something of the loose shuffle went out of his stride, and he threw back his shoulders. What I've done here amounts to something. I'm all right, he thought, and had almost reached the old corn-cutter plant when several men came out of a side door and, getting upon the tracks, walked before him. In the corn-cutter plant something had happened that excited the men. Ed Hall, the superintendent, had played a trick on his fellow townsmen. He had put on overalls and gone to work at a bench in a long room with some 50 other men. "I'm going to show you up," he said, laughing. You watch me. We're behind on the work, and I'm going to show you up." The pride of the workmen had been touched, and for 2 weeks they had worked like demons to outdo the boss. At night, when the amount of work done was calculated, they laughed at Ed. Then they heard that the piecework plan was to be installed in the factory, and were afraid they would be paid by a scale calculated on the amount of work done during the 2 weeks of furious effort. The workmen who stumbled along the tracks cursed Ed Hall and the men for whom he worked. "I lost $600 in the plant-setting machine failure, and this is all I get, to be played a trick on by a young suck like Ed Hall," a voice grumbled. Another voice took up the refrain. In the dim light Hugh could see the speaker, a man with a bent back, a product of the cabbage fields, who had come to town to find employment. Although he did not recognize it, he had heard the voice before. It came from a son of the cabbage farmer, Ezra French, and was the same voice he had once heard complaining at night as the French boys crawled across a cabbage field in the moonlight. The man now said something that startled Hugh. "Well," he declared, "it's a joke on me. I quit Dad and made him sore. Now he won't take me back again. He says I'm a quitter and no good. I thought I'd come to town to a factory and find it easier here. Now I've got married and have to stick to my job no matter what they do. In the country I work like a dog a few weeks a year, but here I'll probably have to work like that all the time. It's the way things go." I thought it was mighty funny, all this talk about the factory work being so easy. I wish the old days were back. I don't see how that inventor or his inventions ever helped us workers. Dad was right about him. He said an inventor wouldn't do nothing for workers. He said it would be better to tar and feather that telegraph operator. I guess Dad was right. The swagger went out of Hugh's walk, and he stopped to let the men pass out of sight and hearing along the track. When they had gone a little away, a quarrel broke out. Each man felt the others must be in some way responsible for his betrayal in the matter of the contest with Ed Hall, and accusations flew back and forth. One of the men threw a heavy stone that ran down along the tracks and jumped into a ditch filled with dry weeds. It made a heavy, crashing sound. Hugh heard heavy footsteps running. He was afraid the men were going to attack him, and climbed over a fence, crossed a barnyard, and got into an empty street. As he went along trying to understand what had happened and why the men were angry, he met Clara Butterworth, standing and apparently waiting for him under a street lamp. Hugh walked beside Clara, too perplexed to attempt to understand the new impulses crowding in upon his mind. She explained her presence in the street by saying she had been to town to mail a letter and intended walking home by a side road. "You may come with me if you're just out for a walk," she said. The two walked in silence. Hugh's mind, unaccustomed to traveling in wide circles, centered on his companion. Life seemed suddenly to be crowding him along strange roads. In 2 days he had felt more new emotions, and had felt them more deeply than he would have thought possible to a human being. The hour through which he had just passed had been extraordinary. He had started out from his boarding house sad and depressed. Then he had come by the factories, and pride in what he thought he had accomplished swept in on him. Now it was apparent the workers in the factories were not happy, and that there was something the matter. He wondered if Clara would know what was wrong and would tell him if he asked. He wanted to ask many questions. "That's what I want a woman for. I want someone close to me who understands things and will tell me about them," he thought. Clara remained silent, and Hugh decided that she, like the complaining workman stumbling along the tracks, did not like him. The man had said he wished Hugh had never come to town. Perhaps everyone in Bidwell secretly felt that way. Hugh was no longer proud of himself and his achievements. Perplexity had captured him. When he and Clara got out of town into a country road, he began thinking of Sarah Shepherd, who had been friendly and kind to him when he was a lad, and wished she were with him, or better yet, that Clara would take the attitude toward him she had taken. Had Clara taken it into her head to scold as Sarah Shepherd had done, he would have been relieved. Instead, Clara walked in silence, thinking of her own affairs and planning to use Hugh for her own ends. It had been a perplexing day for her. Late that afternoon there had been a scene between her and her father, and she had left home and come to town because she could no longer bear being in his presence. When she had seen Hugh coming toward her, she had stopped under a street lamp to wait for him. I could set everything straight by getting him to ask me to marry him, she thought. The new difficulty that had arisen between Clara and her father was something with which she had nothing to do. Tom, who thought himself so shrewd and crafty, had been taken in by the city man, Alfred Buckley. A federal officer had come to town during the afternoon to arrest Buckley. The man had turned out to be a notorious swindler, wanted in several cities. In New York, he had been one of a gang who distributed counterfeit money, and in other states he was wanted for swindling women, 2 of whom he married unlawfully. The arrest had been like a shot fired at Tom by a member of his own household. He had almost come to think of Alfred Buckley as one of his family, and as he drove rapidly along the road toward home, he had been profoundly sorry for his daughter and had intended to ask her to forgive him for his part in betraying her into a false position. That he had not openly committed himself to any of Buckley's schemes, had signed no papers and written no letters that would have betrayed the conspiracy he had entered into against Steve, filled him with joy. He had intended to be generous, and even, if necessary, confess to Clara his indiscretion in talking of a possible marriage. But when he got to the farmhouse and had taken Clara into the parlor and had closed the door, he changed his mind. He told her of Buckley's arrest and then started tramping excitedly up and down in the room. Her coolness infuriated him. "Don't sit there like a clam," he shouted. "Don't you know what's happened? Don't you know you're disgraced, have brought disgrace on my name?" The angry father explained that half the town knew of her engagement to marry Alfred Buckley, and when Clara declared that they were not engaged and that she had never intended marrying the man, his anger did not abate. He had himself whispered the suggestion about town, had told Steve Hunter, Gordon Hart, and 2 or 3 others that Alfred Buckley and his daughter would no doubt do what he spoke of as hitting it off, and they had, of course, told their wives. The fact that he had betrayed his daughter into an ugly position gnawed at his consciousness. "I suppose the rascal told it himself," he said in reply to her statement, and again gave way to anger. He glared at his daughter and wished she were a son so that he could strike with his fist. His voice arose to a shout and could be heard in the barnyard where Jim Priest and a young farmhand were at work. They stopped work and listened. "She's been up to something. Do you suppose some man's got her in trouble?" the young farmhand asked. In the house, Tom expressed his old dissatisfaction with his daughter. "Why haven't you married and settled down like a decent woman?" he shouted. "Tell me that. Why haven't you married and settled down? Why are you always getting into trouble? Why haven't you married and settled down?" Clara walked in the road beside Hugh and thought that all her troubles would come to an end if he would ask her to be his wife. Then she became ashamed of her thoughts. As they passed the last street light and prepared to set out by a roundabout way along a dark road, she turned to look at Hugh's long, serious face. The tradition that had made him appear different from other men in the eyes of the people of Bidwell began to affect her. Ever since she had come home, she had been hearing people speak of him with something like awe in their voices. For her to marry the town's hero would, she knew, set her in a high place in the eyes of her people. It would be a triumph for her and would reestablish her not only in her father's eyes, but in the eyes of everyone. Everyone seemed to think she should marry. Even Jim Priest had said so. He had said she was the marrying kind. Here was her chance. She wondered why she did not want to take it. Clara had written her friend Kate Chancellor a letter in which she had declared her intention of leaving home and going to work, and had come to town afoot to mail it. On Main Street, as she went through the crowds of men who had come to loaf the evening away before the stores, the force of what her father had said concerning the connection of her name with that of Buckley the swindler had struck her for the first time. The men were gathered together in groups, talking excitedly. No doubt they were discussing Buckley's arrest. Her own name was, no doubt, being bandied about. Her cheeks burned, and her keen hatred of mankind had possession of her. Now her hatred of others awoke in her an almost worshipful attitude toward Hugh. By the time they had walked together for 5 minutes, all thought of using him to her own ends had gone. "He's not like father or Henderson Woodburn or Alfred Buckley," she told herself. "He doesn't scheme and twist things about trying to get the best of someone else. He works, and because of his efforts things are accomplished." The figure of the farmhand Jim Priest working in a field of corn came to her mind. The farmhand works, she thought, and the corn grows. This man sticks to his task in his shop and makes a town grow. In her father's presence during the afternoon, Clara had remained calm and apparently indifferent to his tirade. In town, in the presence of the men she was sure were attacking her character, she had been angry, ready to fight. Now she wanted to put her head on Hugh's shoulder and cry. They came to the bridge near where the road turned and led to her father's house. It was the same bridge to which she had come with the schoolteacher and to which John May had followed, looking for a fight. Clara stopped. She did not want anyone at the house to know that Hugh had walked home with her. "Father is so set on my getting married, he would go to see him tomorrow," she thought. She put her arms upon the rail of the bridge and, bending over, buried her face between them. Hugh stood behind her, turning his head from side to side and rubbing his hands on his trouser legs, beside himself with embarrassment. There was a flat, swampy field beside the road and not far from the bridge, and after a moment of silence the voices of the multitude of frogs broke the stillness. Hugh became overwhelmingly sad. The notion that he was a big man and deserved to have a woman to live with and understand him went entirely away. For the moment he wanted to be a boy and to put his head on the shoulder of the woman. He did not look at Clara, but at himself. In the dim light, his hands nervously fumbling about, his long, loosely put-together body, everything connected with his person seemed ugly and altogether unattractive. He could see the woman's small, firm hands that lay on the railing of the bridge. They were, he thought, like everything connected with her person, shapely and beautiful, just as everything connected with his own person was unshapely and ugly. Clara aroused herself from the meditative mood that had taken possession of her, and after shaking Hugh's hand and explaining that she did not want him to go further, went away. When he thought she had quite gone, she came back. "You'll hear I was engaged to that Alfred Buckley who has got into trouble and has been arrested," she said. Hugh did not reply, and her voice became sharp and a little challenging. "You'll hear we were going to be married. I don't know what you'll hear. It's a lie," she said, and turning, hurried away. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 15. Hugh and Clara were married in less than a week after their first walk together. A chain of circumstances touching their two lives hurled them into marriage, and the opportunity for the intimacy with a woman for which Hugh so longed came to him with a swiftness that made him fairly dizzy. It was a Wednesday evening and cloudy. After dining in silence with his landlady, Hugh started along Turner's Pike toward Bidwell, but when he had got almost into town, turned back. He had left the house intending to go through town to the Medina Road and to the woman who now occupied so large a place in his thoughts, but hadn't the courage. Every evening for almost a week he had taken the walk, and every evening at almost the same spot he turned back. He was disgusted and angry with himself, and went to his shop, walking in the middle of the road and kicking up clouds of dust. People passed along the path under the trees at the side of the road and turned to stare at him. A workingman with a fat wife, who puffed as she walked at his side, turned to look and then began to scold. "I tell you what, old woman, I shouldn't have married and had kids," he grumbled. "Look at me, then look at that fellow. He goes along there thinking big thoughts that will make him richer and richer. I have to work for $2 a day, and pretty soon I'll be old and thrown on the scrap heap. I might have been a rich inventor like him had I given myself a chance." The workman went on his way, grumbling at his wife, who paid no attention to his words. Her breath was needed for the labor of walking, and as for the matter of marriage, that had been attended to. She saw no reason for wasting words over the matter. Hugh went to the shop and stood leaning against the door frame. 2 or 3 workmen were busy near the back door and had lighted gas lamps that hung over the workbenches. They did not see Hugh, and their voices rang through the empty building. One of them, an old man with a bald head, entertained his fellows by giving an imitation of Steve Hunter. He lighted a cigar and, putting on his hat, tipped it a little to one side. Puffing out his chest, he marched up and down, talking of money. "Here's a $10 cigar," he said, handing a long stogie to one of the other workmen. "I buy them by the thousands to give away. I'm interested in uplifting the lives of workmen in my hometown. That's what takes all my attention." The other workmen laughed, and the little man continued to prance up and down and talk, but Hugh did not hear him. He stared moodily at the people going along the road toward town. Darkness was coming, but he could still see dim figures striding along. Over at the foundry back of the corn-cutting machine plant, the night shift was pouring off, and a sudden glare of light played across the heavy smoke cloud that lay over the town. The bells of the churches began to call people to the Wednesday evening prayer meetings. Some enterprising citizen had begun to build workmen's houses in a field beyond Hugh's shop, and these were occupied by Italian laborers. A crowd of them came past. What would some day be a tenement district was growing in a field beside a cabbage patch belonging to Ezra French, who had said God would not permit men to change the field of their labors. An Italian passed under a lamp near the wheeling station. He wore a bright red handkerchief about his neck and was clad in a brightly colored shirt. Like the other people of Bidwell, Hugh did not like to see foreigners about. He did not understand them, and when he saw them going about the streets in groups, was a little afraid. It was a man's duty, he thought, to look as much as possible like all his fellow men, to lose himself in the crowds, and these fellows did not look like other men. They loved color, and as they talked, they made rapid gestures with their hands. The Italian in the road was with a woman of his own race, and in the growing darkness put his arm about her shoulder. Hugh's heart began to beat rapidly, and he forgot his American prejudices. He wished he were a workman, and that Clara were a workman's daughter. Then, he thought, he might find courage to go to her. His imagination, quickened by the flame of desire and running in new channels, made it possible for him at the moment to see himself in the young Italian's place, walking in the road with Clara. She was clad in a calico dress, and her soft brown eyes looked at him full of love and understanding. The three working men had completed the job for which they had come back to work after the evening meal, and now turned out the lights and came toward the front of the shop. Hugh drew back from the door and concealed himself by standing in the heavy shadows by the wall. So realistic were his thoughts of Clara that he did not want them intruded upon. The workmen went out of the shop door and stood talking. The bald-headed man was telling a tale to which the others listened eagerly. "It's all over town," he said. "From what I hear everyone say, it isn't the first time she's been in such a mess. Old Tom Butterworth claimed he sent her away to school 3 years ago, but now they say that isn't the truth. What they say is that she was in the family way to one of her father's farm hands and had to get out of town." The man laughed. "Lord, if Clara Butterworth was my daughter, she'd be in a nice fix, wouldn't she, eh?" he said, laughing. "As it is, she's all right. She's gone now and got herself mixed up with this swindler Buckley, but her father's money will make it all right. If she's going to have a kid, no one will know. Maybe she's already had the kid. They say she's a regular one for the men." As the man talked, Hugh came to the door and stood in the darkness listening. For a time the words would not penetrate his consciousness, and then he remembered what Clara had said. She had said something about Alfred Buckley, and that there would be a story connecting her name with his. She had been hot and angry and had declared the story a lie. Hugh did not know what the story was about, but it was evident there was a story abroad, a scandalous story concerning her and Alfred Buckley. A hot, impersonal anger took possession of him. "She's in trouble. Here's my chance," he thought. His tall figure straightened, and as he stepped through the shop door his head struck sharply against the door frame, but he did not feel the blow that at another time might have knocked him down. During his whole life he had never struck anyone with his fists, and had never felt a desire to do so. But now hunger to strike and even to kill took complete possession of him. With a cry of rage his fist shot out, and the old man who had done the talking was knocked senseless into a clump of weeds that grew near the door. Hugh whirled and struck a second man, who fell through the open doorway into the shop. The third man ran away into the darkness along Turner's Pike. Hugh walked rapidly to town and through Main Street. He saw Tom Butterworth walking in the street with Steve Hunter, but turned a corner to avoid a meeting. "My chance has come," he kept saying to himself as he hurried along Medina Road. "Clara's in some kind of trouble. My chance has come." By the time he got to the door of the Butterworth house, Hugh's new-found courage had almost left him, but before it was quite gone, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. By good fortune, Clara came to open it. Hugh took off his hat and turned it awkwardly in his hands. "I came out here to ask you to marry me," he said. "I want you to be my wife. Will you do it?" Clara stepped out of the house and closed the door. A whirl of thoughts ran through her brain. For a moment she felt like laughing, and then what there was in her of her father's shrewdness came to her rescue. "Why shouldn't I do it?" she thought. "Here's my chance. This man is excited and upset now, but he is a man I can respect. It's the best marriage I'll ever have a chance to make. I do not love him, but perhaps that will come. This may be the way marriages are made." Clara put out her hand and laid it on Hugh's arm. "Well," she said hesitatingly, "you wait here a moment." She went into the house and left Hugh standing in the darkness. He was terribly afraid. It seemed to him that every secret desire of his life had got itself suddenly and bluntly expressed. He felt naked and ashamed. "If she comes out and says she'll marry me, what will I do? What'll I do then?" he asked himself. When she did come out, Clara wore her hat and a long coat. "Come," she said, and led him around the house and through the barnyard to one of the barns. She went into a dark stall and led forth a horse, and with Hugh's help pulled a buggy out of a shed into the barnyard. "If we're going to do it, there's no use putting it off," she said with a trembling voice. "We might as well go to the county seat and do it at once." The horse was hitched, and Clara got into the buggy. Hugh climbed in and sat beside her. She had started to drive out of the barnyard when Jim Priest stepped suddenly out of the darkness and took hold of the horse's head. Clara held the buggy whip in her hand and raised it to hit the horse. A desperate determination that nothing should interfere with her marriage with Hugh had taken possession of her. "If necessary, I'll ride the man down," she thought. Jim came to stand beside the buggy. He looked past Clara at Hugh. "I thought maybe it was that Buckley," he said. He put a hand on the buggy dash and laid the other on Clara's arm. "You're a woman now, Clara, and I guess you know what you're doing. I guess you know I'm your friend," he said slowly. "You've been in trouble, I know. I couldn't help hear what your father said to you about Buckley. He talked so loud. Clara, I don't want to see you get into trouble." The farm hand stepped away from the buggy and then came back and again put his hand on Clara's arm. The silence that lay over the barnyard lasted until the woman felt she could speak without a break in her voice. "I'm not going very far, Jim," she said, laughing nervously. "This is Mr. Hugh McVey, and we're going over to the county seat to get married. We'll be back home before midnight. You put a candle in the window for us." Hitting the horse a sharp blow, Clara drove quickly past the house and into the road. She turned south into the hill country through which lay the road to the county seat. As the horse trotted quickly along, the voice of Jim Priest called to her out of the darkness of the barnyard, but she did not stop. The afternoon and evening had been cloudy, and the night was dark. She was glad of that. As the horse went swiftly along, she turned to look at Hugh, who sat up very stiffly on the buggy seat and stared straight ahead. The long, horse-like face of the Missourian, with his huge nose and deeply furrowed cheeks, was ennobled by the soft darkness, and a tender feeling crept over her. When he had asked her to become his wife, Clara had pounced like a wild animal abroad seeking prey, and the thing in her that was like her father, hard, shrewd, and quick-witted, had led her to decide to see the thing through at once. Now she became ashamed, and her tender mood took the hardness and shrewdness away. This man and I have 1,000 things we should say to each other before we rush into marriage, she thought, and was half inclined to turn the horse and drive back. She wondered if Hugh had also heard the stories connecting her name with that of Buckley, the stories she was sure were now running from lip to lip through the streets of Bidwell, and what version of the tale had been carried to him. Perhaps he came to propose marriage in order to protect me, she thought, and decided that if he had come for that reason, she was taking an unfair advantage. It is what Kate Chancellor would call doing the man a dirty, low-down trick, she told herself. But even as the thought came, she leaned forward and, touching the horse with the whip, urged him even more swiftly along the road. A mile south of the Butterworth farmhouse, the road to the county seat crossed the crest of a hill, the highest point in the county, and from the road there was a magnificent view of the county lying to the south. The sky had begun to clear, and as they reached the point known as Lookout Hill, the moon broke through a tangle of clouds. Clara stopped the horse and turned to look down the hillside. Below lay the lights of her father's farmhouse, where he had come as a young man and to which long ago he had brought his bride. Far below the farmhouse, a cluttered mass of lights outlined the swiftly growing town. The determination that had carried Clara thus far wavered again, and a lump came into her throat. Hugh also turned to look, but did not see the dark beauty of the country wearing its night jewels of lights. The woman he wanted so passionately and of whom he was so afraid had her face turned from him, and he dared to look at her. He saw the sharp curve of her breasts, and in the dim light her cheeks seemed to glow with beauty. An odd notion came to him. In the uncertain light her face seemed to move independent of her body. It drew near him and then drew away. Once he thought the dimly seen white cheek would touch his own. He waited, breathless. A flame of desire ran through his body. Hugh's mind flew back through the years to his boyhood and young manhood. In the river town, when he was a boy, the raftsmen and hangers-on of the town's saloons, who had sometimes come to spend an afternoon on the river banks with his father, John McVey, often spoke of women and marriage. As they lay on the burned grass in the warm sunlight, they talked, and the boy who lay half asleep nearby listened. The voices came to him as though out of the clouds or up out of the lazy waters of the great river, and the talk of women awoke his boyhood lusts. One of the men, a tall young fellow with a mustache and with dark rings under his eyes, told in a lazy, drawling voice the tale of an adventure had with a woman one night when a raft on which he was employed had tied up near the city of St. Louis, and Hugh listened enviously. As he told the tale, the young man a little awoke from his stupor, and when he laughed, the other men lying about laughed with him. "I got the best of her, after all," he boasted. "After it was all over, we went into a little room at the back of a saloon. I watched my chance, and when she went to sleep sitting in a chair, I took $8 out of her stocking. That night, in a buggy beside Clara, Hugh thought of himself lying by the river bank on the summer days. Dreams had come to him there, sometimes gigantic dreams, but there had also come ugly thoughts and desires. By his father's shack there was always the sharp, rancid smell of decaying fish, and swarms of flies filled the air. Out in the clean Ohio country, in the hills south of Bidwell, it seemed to him that the smell of decaying fish came back, that it was in his clothes, that it had in some way worked its way into his nature. He put up his hand and swept it across his face, an unconscious return of the perpetual movement of brushing flies away from his face as he lay half asleep by the river. Little lustful thoughts kept coming to Hugh and made him ashamed. He moved restlessly in the buggy seat, and a lump came into his throat. Again he looked at Clara. "I'm a poor white," he thought. "It isn't fitting I should marry this woman." From the high spot in the road, Clara looked down at her father's house and below at the lights of the town that had already spread so far over the countryside, and up through the hills toward the farm where she had spent her girlhood, and where, as Jim Priest had said, the sap had begun to run up the tree. She began to love the man who was to be her husband, but like the dreamers of the town, saw him as something a little inhuman, as a man almost gigantic in his bigness. Many things Kate Chancellor had said as the two developing women walked and talked in the streets of Columbus came back to her mind. When they had started again along the road, she continually worried the horse by tapping him with the whip. Like Kate, Clara wanted to be fair and square. "A woman should be fair and square even with a man," Kate had said. "The man I'm going to have as a husband is simple and honest," she thought. "If there are things down there in town that are not square and fair, he had nothing to do with them." Realizing a little Hugh's difficulty in expressing what he must feel, she wanted to help him. But when she turned and saw how he did not look at her but continually stared into the darkness, pride kept her silent. "I'll have to wait until he's ready. Already I've taken things too much into my own hands. I'll put through this marriage, but when it comes to anything else, he'll have to begin," she told herself, and a lump came into her throat and tears to her eyes. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 16. As he stood alone in the barnyard, excited at the thought of the adventure on which Clara and Hugh had set out, Jim Priest remembered Tom Butterworth. For more than 30 years, Jim had worked for Tom, and they had one strong impulse that bound them together, their common love of fine horses. More than once the two men had spent an afternoon together at the grand stand at the fall trotting meeting at Cleveland. In the late morning of such a day, Tom found Jim wandering from stall to stall, looking at the horses being rubbed down and prepared for the afternoon races. In a generous mood, he bought his employees lunch and took him to a seat in the grandstand. All afternoon the two men watched the races, smoked, and quarreled. Tom contended that Bud Doble, the debonair, the dramatic, the handsome, was the greatest of all racehorse drivers, and Jim Priest held Bud Doble in contempt. For him there was but one man of all the drivers he wholeheartedly admired, Pop Gears, the shrewd and silent. "That Gears of yours doesn't drive at all. He just sits up there like a stick," Tom grumbled. "If a horse can win all right, he'll ride behind him all right. What I like to see is a driver. Now you look at that Doble. You watch him bring a horse through the stretch." Jim looked at his employer with something like pity in his eyes. "Huh," he exclaimed. "If you haven't got eyes, you can't see." The farm hand had two strong loves in his life, his employer's daughter and the racehorse driver Gears. Gears, he declared, was a man born old and wise. Often he had seen Gears at the tracks on a morning before some important race. The driver sat on an upturned box in the sun before one of the horse stalls. All about him there was the bantering talk of horsemen and grooms. Bets were made and challenges given. On the tracks, nearby horses not entered in the races for that day were being exercised. Their hoofbeats made a kind of music that made Jim's blood tingle. Negroes laughed, and horses put their heads out at the stall doors. The stallions neighed loudly, and the heels of some impatient steed rattled against the sides of a stall. Every one about the stalls talked of the events of the afternoon, and Jim leaned against the front of one of the stalls and listened, filled with happiness. He wished the fates had made him a racing man. Then he looked at Pop Gears, the silent one, who sat for hours, dumb and uncommunicative, on a feed box, tapping lightly on the ground with his racing whip and chewing straw. Jim's imagination was aroused. He had once seen that other silent American General Grant and had been filled with admiration for him. That was on a great day in Jim's life, the day on which he had seen Grant going to receive Lee's surrender at Appomattox. There had been a battle with the Union men pursuing the fleeing Rebs out of Richmond, and Jim, having secured a bottle of whiskey and having a chronic dislike of battles, had managed to creep away into a wood. In the distance he heard shouts and presently saw several men riding furiously down a road. It was Grant with his aides going to the place where Lee waited. They rode to the place near where Jim sat with his back against a tree and the bottle between his legs, then stopped. Then Grant decided not to take part in the ceremony. His clothes were covered with mud, and his beard was ragged. He knew Lee and knew he would be dressed for the occasion. He was that kind of a man. He was one fitted for historic pictures and occasions. Grant wasn't. He told his aides to go on to the spot where Lee waited, told them what arrangements were to be made, then jumped his horse over a ditch and rode along a path under the trees toward the spot where Jim lay. That was an event Jim never forgot. He was fascinated at the thought of what the day meant to Grant and by his apparent indifference. He sat silently by the tree, and when Grant got off his horse and came near, walking now in the path where the sunlight sifted down through the trees, he closed his eyes. Grant came to where he sat and stopped, apparently thinking him dead. His hand reached down and took the bottle of whiskey. For a moment they had something between them, Grant and Jim. They both understood that bottle of whiskey. Jim thought Grant was about to drink and opened his eyes a little. Then he closed them. The cork was out of the bottle, and Grant clutched it in his hand tightly. From the distance there came a vast shout that was picked up and carried by voices far away. The wood seemed to rock with it. It's done. The war's over, Jim thought. Then Grant reached over and smashed the bottle against the trunk of the tree above Jim's head. A piece of the flying glass cut his cheek and blood came. He opened his eyes and looked directly into Grant's eyes. For a moment the two men stared at each other, and the great shout again rolled over the country. Grant went hurriedly along the path to where he had left his horse, and mounting, rode away. Standing in the racetrack looking at gears, Jim thought of Grant. Then his mind came back to his other hero. What a man, he thought. Here he goes from town to town and from racetrack to racetrack, all through the spring, summer, and fall, and he never loses his head, never gets excited. To win horse races is the same as winning battles. When I'm at home plowing corn on summer afternoons, this gears is away somewhere at some track with all the people gathered about and waiting. To me, it would be like being drunk all the time. But you see, he isn't drunk. Whiskey could make him stupid. It couldn't make him drunk. There he sits, hunched up like a sleeping dog. He looks as though he cared about nothing on earth, and he'll sit like that through 3/4 of the hardest race, waiting, taking advantage of every little stretch of firm, hard ground on the track, saving his horse, watching his horse too, waiting. What a man! He works the horse into 4th place, into 3rd, into 2nd. The crowd in the grandstand, such fellows as Tom Butterworth, have not seen what he's doing. He sits still. By God, what a man! He waits. He looks half asleep. But he doesn't have to do it. He makes no effort. If the horse has it in him to win without help, he sits still. The people are shouting and jumping up out of their seats in the grandstand. And if that Bud Doble has a horse in the race, he's leaning forward in the sulky, shouting at his horse and making a holy show of himself. Ha, that gears. He waits. He doesn't think of the people, but of the horse he's driving. When the time comes, just the right time, that gears, he lets the horse know. They are one at that moment, like Grant and I were over that bottle of whiskey. Something happens between them. Something inside the man says, now, and the message runs along the reins to the horse's brain. It flies down into his legs. There is a rush. The head of the horse has just worked its way out in front by inches. Not too soon. Nothing wasted. Ah, that gears. Bud Doble, huh. On the night of Clara's marriage, after she and Hugh had disappeared down the county road seat, Jim hurried into the barn and, bringing out a horse, sprang on its back. He was 63, but could mount a horse like a young man. As he rode furiously toward Bidwell, he thought not of Clara and her adventure, but of her father. To both men, the right kind of marriage meant success in life for a woman. Nothing else really mattered much if that were accomplished. He thought of Tom Butterworth, who, he told himself, had fussed with Clara just as Bud Doble often fussed with a horse in a race. He had himself been like Pop Gears. All along he had known and understood the mare colt, Clara. Now she had come through. She had won the race of life. Ah, that old fool, Jim whispered to himself as he rode swiftly down the dark road. When the horse ran clattering over a small wooden bridge and came to the first of the houses of the town, he felt like one coming to announce a victory, and half expected a vast shout to come out of the darkness, as it had come in the moment of Grant's victory over Lee. Jim could not find his employer at the hotel or in Main Street, but remembered a tale he had heard whispered. Fanny Twist, the milliner, lived in a little frame house in Garfield Street, far out at the eastern edge of town, and he went there. He banged boldly on the door, and the woman appeared. "I've got to see Tom Butterworth," he said. "It's important. It's about his daughter. Something has happened to her." The door closed, and presently Tom came around the corner of the house. He was furious. Jim's horse stood in the road, and he went straight to him and took hold of the bit. "What do you mean by coming here?" he asked sharply. "Who told you I was here? What business you got coming here and making a show of yourself? What's the matter of you? Are you drunk or out of your head?" Jim got off the horse and told Tom the news. For a moment the two stood looking at each other. "Hugh McVeigh? Hugh McVeigh? By crackies! Are you right, Jim?" Tom exclaimed. "No misfire, eh? She's really gone and done it? Hugh McVeigh, eh? By crackies!" "They're on the way to the county seat now," Jim said softly. "Misfire? Not on your life." His voice lost the cool, quiet tone he had often dreamed of maintaining in great emergencies. "I figure they'll be back by 12 or 1, he said eagerly. "We got to blow 'em out, Tom. We got to give that girl and her husband the biggest blowout ever seen in this county, and we got just about 3 hours to get ready for it." "Get off that horse and give me a boost," Tom commanded. With a grunt of satisfaction, he sprang to the horse's back. The belated impulse to philander that an hour before sent him creeping through back streets and alleyways to the door of Fanny Twist's house was all gone, and in its place had come the spirit of the man of affairs, the man who, as he himself often boasted, made things move and kept them on the move. "Now look here, Jim," he said sharply. "There are 3 livery stables in this town. You engage every horse they got for the night. Have the horses hitched to any kind of rigs you can find, buggies, surreys, spring wagons, anything. Have them get drivers off the streets anywhere. Then have them all brought around in the front of the Bidwell house and held for me. When you've done that, you go to Henry Heller's house. I guess you can find it. You found this house where I was fast enough. He lives on Campus Street just beyond the new Baptist church. If he's gone to bed, you get him up. Tell him to get his orchestra together and have him bring all the lively music he's got. Tell him to bring his men to the Bidwell house as fast as he can get them there." Tom rode off along the street, followed by Jim Priest, running at the horse's heels. When he had gone a little way, he stopped. "Don't let anyone fuss with you about prices tonight, Jim," he called. "Tell everyone it's for me. Tell them Tom Butterworth will pay what they ask. The sky's the limit tonight, Jim. That's the word. The sky's the limit." To the older citizens of Bidwell, those who lived there when every citizen's affairs were the affair of the town, that evening will be long remembered. The new men, the Italians, Greeks, Poles, Romanians, and many other strange-talking, dark-skinned men who had come with the coming of the factories, went on with their lives on that evening as on all others. They worked in the night shift at the corn-cutting machine plant, at the foundry, the bicycle factory, or at the big new tool machine factory that had just moved to Bidwell from Cleveland. Those who were not at work lounged in the streets or wandered aimlessly in and out of saloons. Their wives and children were housed in the hundreds of new frame houses in the streets that now crept out in all directions. In those days in Bidwell, new houses seemed to spring out of the ground like mushrooms. In the morning there was a field or an orchard on Turner Pike, or on any one of a dozen roads leading out of town. On the trees in the orchard green apples hung down waiting, ready to ripen. Grasshoppers sang in the long grass beneath the trees. Then appeared Ben Peeler with a swarm of men. The trees were cut, and the song of the grasshopper choked beneath piles of boards. There was a great shouting and rattling of hammers. A whole street of houses, all alike, universally ugly, had been added to the vast number of new houses already built by that energetic carpenter and his partner, Gordon Hart. To the people who lived in these houses, the excitement of Tom Butterworth and Jim Priest meant nothing. Half sullenly they worked, striving to make money enough to take them back to their native lands. In the new place they had not, as they had hoped, been received as brothers. A marriage or a death there meant nothing to them. To the old townspeople, however, those who remembered Tom when he was a simple farmer, and when Steve Hunter was looked upon with contempt as a boasting young squirt, the night rocked with excitement. Men ran through the streets. Drivers lashed their horses along roads. Tom was everywhere. He was like a general in charge of the defenses of a besieged town. The cooks at all three of the town's hotels were sent back into their kitchens. Waiters were found and hurried out to the Butterworth house, and Henry Heller's orchestra was instructed to get out there at once and to start playing the liveliest possible music. Tom asked every man and woman he saw to the wedding party. The hotel keeper was invited with his wife and daughter, and 2 or 3 keepers of stores who came to the hotel to bring supplies were asked, commanded to come. Then there were the men of the factories, the office men and superintendents, new men who had never seen Clara. They also, with the town bankers and other solid fellows with money in the banks, who were investors in Tom's enterprises, were invited. "Put on the best clothes you've got in the world, and have your women folks do the same," he said, laughing. "Then you get out to my house as soon as you can. If you haven't any way to get there, come to the Bidwell house. I'll get you out." Tom did not forget that in order to have his wedding party go as he wished, he would need to serve drinks. Jim Priest went from bar to bar. "What wine you got? Good wine? How much you got?" he asked each place. Steve Hunter had in the cellar of his house 6 cases of champagne kept there against a time when some important guest, the governor of the state or a congressman, might come to town. He felt that on such occasions it was up to him to see that the town, as he said, did itself proud. When he heard what was going on, he hurried to the Bidwell house and offered to send his entire stock of wine out to Tom's house, and his offer was accepted. Jim Priest had an idea. When the guests were all assembled, and when the farm kitchen was filled with cooks and waiters who stumbled over each other, he took his idea to Tom. There was, he explained, a short cut through fields and along lanes to a point on the county seat road 3 miles from the house. "I'll go there and hide myself," he said. "When they come along, suspecting nothing, I'll cut out on horseback and get here a half hour before them. You make everyone in the house hide and keep still when they drive into the yard. We'll put out all the lights. We'll give that pair the surprise of their lives." Jim had concealed a quart bottle of wine in his pocket, and as he rode away on his mission, stopped from time to take a hearty drink. As his horse trotted along lanes and through fields, the horse that was bringing Clara and Hugh home from their adventure cocked his ears and remembered the comfortable stall filled with hay in the Butterworth barn. The horse trotted swiftly along, and Hugh in the buggy beside Clara was lost in the same dense silence that all the evening had lain over him like a cloak. In a dim way he was resentful, and felt that time was running too fast. The hours and the passing events were like the waters of a river in flood time, and he was like a man in a boat without oars, being carried helplessly forward. Occasionally he thought courage had come to him, and he half turned toward Clara and opened his mouth, hoping words would come to his lips. But the silence that had taken hold of him was like a disease whose grip on its victim could not be broken. He closed his mouth and wet his lips with his tongue. Clara saw him do the thing several times. He began to seem animal-like and ugly to her. It's not true that I thought of her and asked her to be my wife only because I wanted a woman, Hugh reassured himself. I've been lonely. All my life I've been lonely. I want to find my way into someone's heart, and she is the one. Clara also remained silent. She was angry. If he didn't want to marry me, why did he ask me? Why did he come? She asked herself. Well, I'm married. I've done the thing we women are always thinking about, she told herself, her mind taking another turn. The thought frightened her, and a shiver of dread ran over her body. Then her mind went to the defense of Hugh. It isn't his fault. I shouldn't have rushed things as I have. Perhaps I'm not meant for marriage at all, she thought. The ride home dragged on indefinitely. The clouds were blown out of the sky, the moon came out, and the stars looked down on the two perplexed people. To relieve the feeling of tenseness that had taken hold of her, Clara's mind resorted to a trick. Her eyes sought out a tree or the lights of a farmhouse far ahead, and she tried to count the hoofbeats of the horse until they had come to it. She wanted to hurry homeward, and at the same time look forward with dread to the night alone in the dark farmhouse with Hugh. Not once during the homeward drive did she take the whip out of its socket or speak to the horse. When at last the horse trotted eagerly across the crest of the hill from which there was such a magnificent view of the country below, neither Clara nor Hugh turned to look. With bowed heads they rode, each trying to find courage to face the possibilities of the night. In the farmhouse, Tom and his guests waited in wine-lit suspense, and at last Jim Priest rode shouting out of a lane to the door. "They're coming! They're coming!" he shouted, and 10 minutes later, and after Tom had twice lost his temper and cursed the girl waitresses from the town hotels who were inclined to giggle, all was silent and dark about the house and the barnyard. When all was quiet, Jim Priest crept into the kitchen and, stumbling over the legs of the guests, made his way to a front window where he placed a lighted candle. Then he went out of the house to lie on his back beneath a bush in the yard. In the house he had secured for himself a second bottle of wine, and as Clara with her husband turned in at the gate and drove into the barnyard, the only sound that broke the intense silence came from the soft gurgle of the wine finding its way down his throat. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 17. As in most older American homes, the kitchen at the rear of the Butterworth farmhouse was large and comfortable. Much of the life of the house had been led there. Clara sat in a deep window that looked out across a little gully where in the spring a small stream ran down along the edge of the barnyard. She was then a quiet child and loved to sit for hours unobserved and undisturbed. At her back was the kitchen with the warm, rich smells and the soft, quick, persistent footsteps of her mother. Her eyes closed and she slept. Then she awoke. Before her lay a world in which her fancy could creep out. Across the stream before her eyes went a small wooden bridge, and over this in the spring horses went away to the fields or to the sheds where they were hitched to milk or ice wagons. The sound of the hoofs of the horses pounding on the bridge was like thunder. Harnesses rattled, voices shouted. Beyond the bridge was a path leading off to the left, and along the path were 3 small houses where hams were smoked. Men came from the wagon sheds bearing the meat on their shoulders and went into the little houses. Fires were lighted and smoke crawled lazily up through the roofs. In a field that lay beyond the smokehouses, a man came to plow. The child, curled into a little warm ball in the window seat, was happy. While she closed her eyes, fancies came like flocks of white sheep running out of a green wood. Although she was later to become a tomboy and run wild over the farm and through the barns, and although all her life she loved the soil and the sense of things growing and of food for hungry mouths being prepared, there was in her, even as a child, a hunger for the life of the Spirit. In her dreams, women, beautifully gowned and with rings on their hands, came to brush the wet matted hair back from her forehead. Across the little wooden bridge before her eyes came wonderful men, women, and children. The children ran forward. They cried out to her. She thought of them as brothers and sisters who were to come to live in the farmhouse and who were to make the old house ring with laughter. The children ran toward her with outstretched hands, but never arrived at the house. The bridge extended itself. It stretched out under their feet so that they ran forward forever on the bridge. And behind the children came men and women, sometimes together, sometimes walking alone. They did not seem like the children to belong to her. Like the women who came to touch her hot forehead, they were beautifully gowned and walked with stately dignity. The child climbed out of the window and stood on the kitchen floor. Her mother hurried about. She was feverishly active and often did not hear when the child spoke. "I want to know about my brothers and sisters. Where are they? Why don't they come here?" she asked, but the mother did not hear, and if she did, had nothing to say. Sometimes she stopped to kiss the child, and tears came to her eyes. Then something cooking on the kitchen stove demanded attention. "You run outside," she said hurriedly, and turned again to her work. From the chair where Clara sat at the wedding feast, provided by the energy of her father and the enthusiasm of Jim Priest, she could see over her father's shoulder into the farmhouse kitchen. As when she was a child, she closed her eyes and dreamed of another kind of feast. With a growing sense of bitterness, she realized that all her life, all through her girlhood and young womanhood, she had been waiting for this, her wedding night, and that now, having come, the occasion for which she had waited so long and concerning which she had dreamed so many dreams, had aborted into an occasion for the display of ugliness and vulgarity. Her father, the only other person in the room in any way related to her, sat at the other end of the long table. Her aunt had gone away on a visit, and in the crowded, noisy room there was no woman to whom she could turn for understanding. She looked past her father's shoulder and directly into the wide window seat where she had spent so many hours of her childhood. Again, she wanted brothers and sisters. The beautiful men and women of the dreams were meant to come at this time. That's what the dreams were about. But like the unborn children that ran with outstretched hands, they cannot get over the bridge and into the house, she thought vaguely. I wish Mother had lived, or that Kate Chancellor were here, she whispered to herself, as, raising her eyes, she looked at her father. Clara felt like an animal driven into a corner and surrounded by foes. Her father sat at the feast between 2 women, Mrs. Steve Hunter, who was inclined to corpulency, and a thin woman named Bowles, the wife of an undertaker of Bidwell. They continually whispered, smiled, and nodded their heads. Hugh sat at the opposite side of the same table, and when he raised his eyes from the plate of food before him, could see past the head of a large, masculine-looking woman into the farmhouse parlor where there was another table, also filled with guests. Clara turned from looking at her father to look at her husband. He was merely a tall man with a long face who could not raise his eyes. His long neck stuck itself out of a stiff white collar. To Clara he was, at the moment, a being without personality, one that the crowd at the table had swallowed up as it so busily swallowed food and wine. When she looked at him, he seemed to be drinking a great deal. His glass was always being filled and emptied. At the suggestion of the woman who sat beside him, he performed the task of emptying it without raising his eyes, and Steve Hunter, who sat on the other side of the table, leaned over and filled it again. Steve, like her father, whispered and winked. "On the night of my wedding, I was piped, you bet, as piped as a hatter. It's a good thing. It gives a man nerve," he explained to the masculine-looking woman to whom he was telling, with a good deal of attention to details, the tale of his own marriage night. Clara did not look at Hugh again. What he did seemed no concern of hers. Bowles, the Bidwell undertaker, had surrendered to the influence of the wine that had been flowing freely since the guests arrived, and now got to his feet and began to talk. His wife tugged at his coat and tried to force him back into his seat, but Tom Butterworth jerked her arm away. "I'll let him alone. He's got a story to tell," he said to the woman, who blushed and put her handkerchief over her face. "Well, it's a fact. That's how it happened," the undertaker declared in a loud voice. "You see, the sleeves of her nightgown were tied in hard knots by her rascally brothers. When I tried to unfasten them with my teeth, I bit big holes in the sleeves." Clara gripped the arm of her chair. "If I can let the night pass without showing these people how much I hate them, I'll do well enough," she thought grimly. She looked at the dishes laden with food and wished she could break them one by one over the heads of her father's guests. As a relief to her mind, she again looked past her father's head and through a doorway into the kitchen. In the big room, 3 or 4 cooks were busily engaged in the preparation of food, and waitresses continually brought steaming dishes and put them on the table. She thought of her mother's life, the life led in that room, married to the man who was her own father, and who, no doubt, but for the fact that circumstances had made him a man of wealth, would have been satisfied to see his daughter led into just such another life. Kate was right about men. They want something from women, but what do they care what kind of lives we lead after we get what they want? She thought grimly. The more to separate herself from the feasting, laughing crowd, Clara tried to think out the details of her mother's life. It was the life of a beast, she thought. Like herself, her mother had come to the house with her husband on the night of her marriage. There was just such another feast. The country was new then, and the people for the most part desperately poor. Still, there was drinking. She had heard her father and Jim Priest speak of the drinking bouts of their youth. The men came as they had come now, and with them came women, women who had been coarsened by the life they led. Pigs were killed and game brought from the forest. The men drank, shouted, fought, and played practical jokes. Clara wondered if any of the men and women in this room would dare go upstairs into her sleeping room and tie knots in her nightclothes. They had done that when her mother came to the house as a bride. Then they had all gone away, and her father had taken his bride upstairs. He was drunk, and her own husband Hugh was now getting drunk. Her mother had submitted. Her life had been a story of submission. Kate Chancellor had said it was so married women lived, and her mother's life had proven the truth of the statement. In the farmhouse kitchen, where now 3 or 4 cooks worked so busily, she had worked her life out alone. From the kitchen she had gone directly upstairs and to bed with her husband. Once a week on Saturday afternoons she went into town and stayed long enough to buy supplies for another week of cooking. She must have been kept going until she dropped down dead, Clara thought, and her mind, taking another turn, added, and many others, both men and women, must have been forced by circumstances to serve my father in the same blind way. It was all done in order that prosperity and money with which they do vulgar things might be his. Clara's mother had brought but one child into the world. She wondered why. Then she wondered if she would become the mother of a child. Her hands no longer gripped the arms of her chair, but lay on the table before her. She looked at them, and they were strong. She was herself a strong woman. After the feast was over and the guests had gone away, Hugh, given courage by the drinks he continued to consume, would come upstairs to her. Some twist of her mind made her forget her husband, and in fancy she felt herself about to be attacked by a strange man on a dark road at the edge of a forest. The man had tried to take her into his arms and kiss her, and she had managed to get her hands on his throat. Her hands, lying on the table, twitched convulsively. In the big farmhouse dining room and in the parlor where the second table of guests sat, the wedding feast went on. Afterward, when she thought of it, Clara always remembered her wedding feast as a horsey affair. Something in the natures of Tom Butterworth and Jim Priest, she thought, expressed itself that night. The jokes that went up and down the table were horsey, and Clara thought the women who sat at the tables heavy and mare-like. Jim did not come to the table to sit with the others, was in fact not invited, but all evening he kept appearing and reappearing, and had an air of a master of ceremonies. Coming into the dining room, he stood by the door, scratching his head. Then he went out. It was as though he had said to himself, "Well, it's all right. Everything is going to be all right. Everything is lively, you see." All his life, Jim had been a drinker of whiskey and knew his limitations. His system as a drinking man had always been quite simple. On Saturday afternoons, when the work about the barns was done for the day and the other employees had gone away, he went to sit on the steps of a corn crib with the bottle in his hand. In the winter, he went to sit by the kitchen fire in a little house below the apple orchard where he and the other employees slept. He took a long drink from the bottle, and then holding it in his hand, sat for a time thinking of the events of his life. Whiskey made him somewhat sentimental. After one long drink, he thought of his youth in a town in Pennsylvania. He had been one of 6 children, all boys, and at an early age his mother had died. Jim thought of her and then of his father. When he had himself come west into Ohio, and later when he was a soldier in the Civil War, he despised his father and reverenced the memory of his mother. In the war, he had found himself physically unable to stand up before the enemy during a battle. When the report of guns was heard and the other men of his company got grimly into line and went forward, something happened to his legs, and he wanted to run away. So great was the desire in him that craftiness grew in his brain. Watching his chance, he pretended to have been shot and fell to the ground, and when the others had gone, crept away and hid himself. He found it not impossible to disappear altogether and reappear in another place. The draft went into effect, and many men, not liking the notion of war, were willing to pay large sums to the men who would go in their places. Jim went into the business of enlisting and deserting. All about him were men talking of the necessity of saving the country, and for 4 years he thought only of saving his own hide. Then suddenly the war was over, and he became a farmhand. As he worked all week in the fields, and in the evening sometimes, as he lay in his bed and the moon came up, he thought of his mother and of the nobility and sacrifice of her life. He wished to be such another. After having 2 or 3 drinks out of the bottle, he admired his father, who, in the Pennsylvania town, had borne the reputation of being a liar and a rascal. After his mother's death, his father had managed to marry a widow who owned a farm. The old man was a slick one, he said aloud, tipping up the bottle and taking another long drink. If I had stayed at home until I got more understanding, the old man and I together might have done something. He finished the bottle and went away to sleep on the hay, or, if it were winter, threw himself into one of the bunks in the bunkhouse. He dreamed of becoming one who went through life beating people out of money, living by his wits, getting the best of everyone. Until the night of Clara's wedding, Jim had never tasted wine, and as it did not bring on a desire for sleep, he thought himself unaffected. "It's like sweetened water," he said, going into the darkness of the barnyard and emptying another half bottle down his throat. "The stuff has no kick. Drinking it is like drinking sweet cider." Jim got into a frolicsome mood and went through the crowded kitchen and into the dining room where the guests were assembled. At the moment, the rather riotous laughter and storytelling had ceased, and everything was quiet. He was worried. "Things aren't going well. Clara's party is becoming a frost," he thought resentfully. He began to dance a heavy-footed jig on a little open place by the kitchen door, and the guests stopped talking to watch. They shouted and clapped their hands. A thunder of applause arose. The guests who were seated in the parlor and who could not see the performance got up and crowded into the doorway that connected the 2 rooms. Jim became extraordinarily bold, and as one of the young women Tom had hired as waitresses at that moment went past bearing a large dish of food, he swung himself quickly about and took her into his arms. The dish flew across the floor and broke against a table leg, and the young woman screamed. A farm dog that had found its way into the kitchen rushed into the room and barked loudly. Henry Heller's orchestra, concealed under a stairway that led to the upper part of the house, began to play furiously. A strange animal fervor swept over Jim. His legs flew rapidly about, and his heavy feet made a great clatter on the floor. The young woman in his arms screamed and laughed. Jim closed his eyes and shouted. He felt that the wedding party had until that moment been a failure, and that he was transforming it into a success. Rising to their feet, the men shouted, clapped their hands, and beat with their fists on the table. When the orchestra came to the end of the dance, Jim stood flushed and triumphant before the guests, holding the woman in his arms. In spite of her struggles, he held her tightly against his breast and kissed her eyes, cheeks, and mouth. Then, releasing her, he winked and made a gesture for silence. "On a wedding night, someone's got to have the nerve to do a little love-making," he said, looking pointedly toward the place where Hugh sat, with head bent and with his eyes staring at a glass of wine that set at his elbow. It was past 2 o'clock when the feast came to an end. When the guests began to depart, Clara stood for a moment alone and tried to get herself in hand. Something inside her felt cold and old. If she had often thought she wanted a man, and that life as a married woman would put an end to her problems, she did not think so at that moment. "What I want above everything else is a woman," she thought. All the evening her mind had been trying to clutch and hold the almost forgotten figure of her mother, but it was too vague and shadowy. With her mother she had never walked and talked late at night through streets of towns when the world was asleep and when thoughts were born in herself. After all, she thought, Mother may also have belonged to all this. She looked at the people preparing to depart. Several men had gathered in a group by the door. One of them told a story at which the others laughed loudly. The women stood about had flushed and, Clara thought, coarse faces. "They have gone into marriage like cattle," she told herself. Her mind, running out of the room, began to caress the memory of her one-woman friend, Kate Chancellor. Often on late spring afternoons, as she and Kate had walked together, something very like love-making had happened between them. They went along quietly, and evening came on. Suddenly they stopped in the street, and Kate had put her arms about Clara's shoulders. For a moment they stood thus close together, and a strange, gentle, and yet hungry look came into Kate's eyes. It only lasted a moment, and when it happened, both women were somewhat embarrassed. Kate laughed and, taking hold of Clara's arm, pulled her along the sidewalk. "Let's walk like the devil," she said. "Come on, let's get up some speed." Clara put her hands to her eyes as though to shut out the scene in the room. "If I could have been with Kate this evening, I could have come to a man believing in the possible sweetness of marriage," she thought. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 18. Jim Priest was very drunk, but insisted on hitching a team to the Butterworth carriage and driving it loaded with guests to town. Everyone laughed at him, but he drove up to the farmhouse door and in a loud voice declared he knew what he was doing. 3 men got into the carriage, and beating the horses furiously, Jim sent them galloping away. When an opportunity offered, Clara went silently out of the hot dining room and through a door to a porch at the back of the house. The kitchen door was open, and the waitresses and cooks from town were preparing to depart. One of the young women came out into the darkness accompanied by a man, evidently one of the guests. They had both been drinking and stood for a moment in the darkness with their bodies pressed together. "I wish it were our wedding night," the man's voice whispered, and the woman laughed. After a long kiss, they went back into the kitchen. A farm dog appeared, and going up to Clara, licked her hand. She went around the house and stood back of a bush in the darkness near where the carriages were being loaded. Her father, with Steve Hunter and his wife, came and got into a carriage. Tom was in an expansive, generous mood. "You know, Steve, I told you and several others my Clara was engaged to Alfred Buckley," he said. "Well, I was mistaken. The whole thing was a lie. The truth is I shot off my mouth without talking to Clara. I had seen them together, and now and then Buckley used to come out here to the house in the evening, although he never came except when I was here. He told me Clara had promised to marry him, and like a fool I took his word. I never even asked. That's the kind of a fool I was, and I was a bigger fool to go telling the story. All the time Clara and Hugh were engaged, and I never suspected. They told me about it tonight." Clara stood by the bush until she thought the last of the guests had gone. The lie her father had told seemed only a part of the evening's vulgarity. Near the kitchen door, the waitresses, cooks, and musicians were being loaded into the bus that had been driven out from the Bidwell house. She went into the dining room. Sadness had taken the place of the anger in her, but when she saw Hugh, the anger came back. Piles of dishes filled with food lay all about the room, and the air was heavy with the smell of food. Hugh stood by a window looking out into the dark farmyard. He held his hat in his hand. "You might put your hat away," she said sharply. "Have you forgotten you're married to me and that you now live here in this house?" She laughed nervously and walked to the kitchen door. Her mind still clung to the past and to the days when she was a child and had spent so many hours in the big, silent kitchen. Something was about to happen that would take her past away, destroy it, and the thought frightened her. "I've not been very happy in this house, but there have been certain moments, certain feelings I've had," she thought. Stepping through the doorway, she stood for a moment in the kitchen with her back to the wall and with her eyes closed. Through her mind went a troop of figures, the stout, determined figure of Kate Chancellor, who had known how to love in silence, the wavering, hurrying figure of her mother, her father as a young man coming in after a long drive to warm his hands by the kitchen fire, a strong, hard-faced woman from town who had once worked for Tom as cook and who was reported to have been the mother of 2 illegitimate children, and the figures of her childhood fancy walking over the bridge toward her, clad in beautiful raiment. Back of these figures were other figures, long forgotten but now sharply remembered, farm girls who had come to work by the day, tramps who had been fed at the kitchen door, young farm hands who suddenly disappeared from the routine of the farm's life and were never seen again, a young man with a red bandana handkerchief about his neck who had thrown her a kiss as she stood with her face pressed against a window. Once a high school girl from town had come to spend the night with Clara. After the evening meal, the 2 girls walked into the kitchen and stood by a window, looking out. Something had happened within them. Moved by a common impulse, they went outside and walked for a long way under the stars along the silent country roads. They came to a field where men were burning brush. Where there had been a forest, there was now only a stump field, and the figures of the men carrying armloads of the dry branches of trees and throwing them on the fire. The fire made a great splash of color in the gathering darkness, and for some obscure reason both girls were deeply moved by the sight, sound, and perfume of the night. The figures of the men seemed to dance back and forth in the light. Instinctively, Clara turned her face upward and looked at the stars. She was conscious of them and of their beauty and the wide, sweeping beauty of night as she had never been before. A wind began to sing in the trees of a distant forest, dimly seen far away across fields. The sound was soft and insistent and crept into her soul. In the grass at her feet, insects sang an accompaniment to the soft, distant music. How vividly Clara now remembered that night! It came sharply back as she stood with closed eyes in the farm kitchen and waited for the consummation of the adventure on which she had set out. With it came other memories. "How many fleeting dreams and half-visions of beauty I have had," she thought. Everything in life that she had thought might in some way lead toward beauty now seemed to Clara to lead to ugliness. "What a lot I've missed," she muttered, and opening her eyes went back into the dining room and spoke to Hugh, still standing and staring out into the darkness. "Come," she said sharply, and led the way up a stairway. The two went silently up the stairs, leaving the lights burning brightly in the rooms below. They came to a door leading to a bedroom, and Clara opened it. "It's time for a man and his wife to go to bed," she said in a low, husky voice. Hugh followed her into the room. He walked to a chair by a window and, sitting down, took off his shoes and sat holding them in his hand. He did not look at Clara, but into the darkness outside the window. Clara let down her hair and began to unfasten her dress. She took off an outer dress and threw it over a chair. Then she went to a drawer and, pulling it out, looked for a nightdress. She became angry and threw several garments on the floor. "Damn!" she said explosively, and went out of the room. Hugh sprang to his feet. The wine he had drunk had not taken effect, and Steve Hunter had been forced to go home disappointed. All the evening something stronger than wine had been gripping him. Now he knew what it was. All through the evening thoughts and desires had whirled through his brain. Now they were all gone. "I won't let her do it," he muttered, and running quickly to the door, closed it softly. With the shoes still held in his hand, he crawled through a window. He had expected to leap into the darkness, but by chance his stocking feet alighted on the roof of the farm kitchen that extended out from the rear of the house. He ran quickly down the roof and jumped, alighting in a clump of bushes that tore long scratches on his cheeks. For 5 minutes Hugh ran toward the town of Bidwell, then turned and, climbing a fence, walked across a field. The shoes were still gripped tightly in his hand, and the field was stony, but he did not notice and was unconscious of pain from his bruised feet or from the torn places on his cheeks. Standing in the field, he heard Jim Priest drive homeward along the road. "My Bonnie lies over the ocean. My Bonnie lies over the sea. My Bonnie lies over the ocean. Oh, bring back my Bonnie to me," sang the farmhand. Hugh walked across several fields, and when he came to a small stream, sat down on the bank and put on his shoes. "I've had my chance and missed it," he thought bitterly. Several times he repeated the words. "I've had my chance and I've missed," he said again as he stopped by a fence that separated the fields in which he had been walking. At the words he stopped and put his hand to his throat. A half-stifled sob broke from him. "I've had my chance and missed," he said again. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 19. On the day after the feast managed by Tom and Jim, it was Tom who brought Hugh back to live with his wife. The older man had come to the farmhouse on the next morning, bringing 3 women from town who were, as he explained to Clara, to clear away the mess left by the guests. The daughter had been deeply touched by what Hugh had done, and at the moment loved him deeply, but did not choose to let her father know how she felt. "I suppose you got him drunk, you and your friends," she said. "At any rate, he's not here." Tom said nothing, But when Clara had told the story of Hugh's disappearance, drove quickly away. He'll come to the shop, he thought, and went there, leaving his horse tied to a post in front. At 2 o'clock his son-in-law came slowly over the Turner's Pike Bridge and approached the shop. He was hatless, and his clothes and his hair were covered with dust, while in his eyes was the look of a hunted animal. Tom met him with a smile and asked no questions. "Come," he said, and taking Hugh by the arm, led him to the buggy. As he untied the horse, he stopped to light a cigar. "I'm going down to one of my lower farms. Clara thought you would like to go with me," he said blandly. Tom drove to the McCoy house and stopped. "You'd better clean up a little," he said, without looking at Hugh. "You go in and shave and change your clothes. I'm going uptown. I got to go to the store." Driving a short distance along the road, Tom stopped and shouted, "You might pack your grip and bring it along," he called. "You'll be needing your things. We won't be back here today." The two men stayed together all that day, and in the evening Tom took Hugh to the farmhouse and stayed for the evening meal. "He was a little drunk," he explained to Clara. "Don't be hard on him. He was a little drunk." For both Clara and Hugh that evening was the hardest of their lives. After the servants had gone, Clara sat under a lamp in the dining room and pretended to read a book, and in desperation Hugh also tried to read. Again the time came to go upstairs to the bedroom, and again Clara led the way. She went to the door of the room from which Hugh had fled, and opening it, stepped aside. Then she put out her hand. "Good night," she said, and going down a hallway, went into another room and closed the door. Hugh's experience with the schoolteacher was repeated on that second night in the farmhouse. He took off his shoes and prepared for bed. Then he crept out into the hallway and went softly to the door of Clara's room. Several times he made the journey along the carpeted hallway, and once his hand was on the knob of the door, but each time he lost heart and returned to his own room. Although he did not know it, Clara, like Rose McCoy on that other occasion, expected him to come to her, and knelt on the floor just inside the door, waiting, hoping for, and fearing the coming of the man. Unlike the schoolteacher, Clara wanted to help Hugh. Marriage had perhaps given her that impulse, but she did not follow it, and when at last Hugh, shaken and ashamed, gave up the struggle with himself, she arose and went to her bed, where she threw herself down and wept, as Hugh had wept, standing in the darkness of the fields on the night before. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 20. It was a hot, dusty day a week after Hugh's marriage to Clara, and Hugh was at work in his shop at Bidwell. How many days, weeks, and months he had already worked there, thinking in iron, twisted, turned, tortured to follow the twistings and turnings of his mind, standing all day by a bench beside other workmen, before him always the little piles of wheels, strips of unworked iron and steel, blocks of wood, the paraphernalia of the inventor's trade. Beside him, now that money had come to him, more and more workmen, men who had invented nothing, who were without distinction in the life of the community, who had married no rich man's daughter. In the morning, the other workmen, skillful fellows, who knew, as Hugh had never known, the science of their iron craft, came straggling through the shop door into his presence. They were a little embarrassed before him. The greatness of his name rang in their minds. Many of the workmen were husbands, fathers of families. In the morning they left their houses gladly, but nevertheless came somewhat reluctantly to the shop. As they came along the street, past other houses, they smoked a morning pipe. Groups were formed. Many legs straggled along the street. At the door of the shop, each man stopped. There was a sharp tapping sound. Pipe bowls were knocked out against the door sill. Before he came into the shop, each man looked out across the open country that stretched away to the north. For a week Hugh had been married to a woman who had not yet become his wife. She still belonged, to a world he had thought of as outside the possibilities of his life. Was she not young, strong, straight of body? Did she not array herself in what seemed unbelievably beautiful clothes? The clothes she wore were a symbol of herself. For him, she was unattainable. And yet she had consented to become his wife, had stood with him before a man who had said words about honor and obedience. Then there had come the two terrible evenings, when he had gone back to the farmhouse with her to find the wedding feast set in their honor, and that other evening when old Tom had brought him to the farmhouse a defeated, frightened man who hoped the woman would put out her hand, would reassure him. Hugh was sure he had missed the great opportunity of his life. He had married, but his marriage was not a marriage. He had got himself into a position from which there was no possibility of escaping. "I'm a coward," he thought, looking at the other workmen in the shop. They, like himself, were married men and lived in a house with a woman. At night they went boldly into the presence of the woman. He had not done that when the opportunity offered, and Clara could not come to him. He could understand that. His hands had builded a wall, and the passing days were huge stones put on top of the wall. What he had not done became every day a more and more impossible thing to do. Tom, having taken Hugh back to Clara, was still concerned over the outcome of their adventure. Every day he came to the shop, and in the evening came to see them at the farmhouse. He hovered about, was like a mother bird whose offspring had been prematurely pushed out of the nest. Every morning he came into the shop to talk with Hugh. He made jokes about married life. Winking at a man standing nearby, he put his hand familiarly on Hugh's shoulder. "Well, how does married life go? It seems to me you're a little pale," he said, laughing. In the evening he came to the farmhouse and sat talking of his affairs, of the progress and growth of the town and his part in it. Without hearing his words, both Clara and Hugh sat in silence, pretending to listen, glad of his presence. Hugh came to the shop at 8. On other mornings, all through that long week of waiting, Clara had driven him to his work, the two riding in silence down Medina Road and through the crowded streets of the town, but on that morning he had walked. On Medina Road, near the bridge where he had once stood with Clara and where he had seen her hot with anger, something had happened, a trivial thing. A male bird pursued a female among the bushes beside the road. The two feathered living creatures, vividly colored, alive with life, pitched and swooped through the air. They were like moving balls of light going in and out of the dark green of foliage. There was in them a madness, a riot of life. Hugh had been tricked into stopping by the roadside. A tangle of things that had filled his mind, the wheels, cogs, levers, all the intricate parts of the hay-loading machine, the things that lived in his mind until his hand had made them into facts, were blown away like dust. For a moment he watched the living, riotous things, and then, as though jerking himself back into a path from which his feet had wandered, hurried onward to the shop, looking as he went not into the branches of trees, but downward at the dust of the road. In the shop, Hugh tried all morning to refurnish the warehouse of his mind, to put back into it the things blown so recklessly away. At 10, Tom came in, talked for a moment, and then flitted away. "You're still there. My daughter still has you. You've not run away again," he seemed to be saying to himself. The day grew warm, and the sky, seen through the shop window by the bench where Hugh tried to work, was overcast with clouds. At noon the workmen went away, but Clara, who on other days had come to drive Hugh to the farmhouse for lunch, did not appear. When all was silent in the shop, he stopped work, washed his hands, and put on his coat. He went to the shop door and then came back to the bench. Before him lay an iron wheel on which he had been at work. It was intended to drive some intricate part of the hay-loading machine. Hugh took it in his hand and carried it to the back of the shop, where there was an anvil. Without consciousness and scarcely realizing what he did, he laid it on the anvil and, taking a great sledge in his hand, swung it over his head. The blow struck was terrific. Into it Hugh put all of his protests against the grotesque position into which he had been thrown by his marriage to Clara. The blow accomplished nothing. The sledge descended, and the comparatively delicate metal wheel was twisted, knocked out of shape. It spurted from under the head of the sledge and shot past Hugh's head and out through a window, breaking a pane of glass. Fragments of the broken glass fell with a sharp little tinkling sound upon a heap of twisted pieces of iron and steel lying beside the anvil. Hugh did not eat lunch that day, nor did he go to the farmhouse or return to work at the shop. He walked, but this time did not walk in country roads where male and female birds darted in and out of bushes. An intense desire to know something intimate and personal concerning men and women and the lives they led in their houses had taken possession of him. He walked in the daylight, up and down in the streets of Bidwell. To the right, over the bridge leading out of Turner's Road, the main street of Bidwell ran along a river bank. In that direction, the hills out of the country to the south came down to the river's edge, and there was a high bluff. On the bluff and back of it on a sloping hillside, many of the more pretentious new houses of the prosperous Bidwell citizens had been built. Facing the river were the largest houses, with grounds in which trees and shrubs had been planted, and in the streets along the hill, less and less pretentious as they receded from the river, were other houses, built and being built, long rows of houses, long streets of houses, houses in brick, stone, and wood. Hugh went from the riverfront back into this maze of streets and houses. Some instinct led him there. It was where the men and women of Bidwell who had prospered and had married went to live, to make themselves houses. His father-in-law had offered to buy him a riverfront place, and already that meant much in Bidwell. He wanted to see women who, like Clara, had got themselves husbands, what they were like. "I've seen enough of men," he thought half resentfully as he went along. All afternoon he walked in streets, going up and down before houses in which women lived with their men. A detached mood had possession of him. For an hour he stood under a tree idly watching workmen engaged in building another house. When one of the workmen spoke to him, he walked away and went into a street where men were laying a cement pavement before a completed house. In a furtive way, he kept looking about for women, hungering to see their faces. What are they up to? I'd like to find out, his mind seemed to be saying. The women came out of the doors of the houses and passed him as he went slowly along. Other women in carriages drove in the streets. They were well-dressed women and seemed sure of themselves. Things are all right with me. For me things are settled and arranged, they seemed to say. All the streets on which he walked seemed to be telling the story of things settled and arranged. The houses spoke of the same things. I am a house. I'm not built until things are settled and arranged. I mean that, they said. Hugh grew very tired. In the later afternoon, a small, bright-eyed woman, no doubt she had been one of the guests at his wedding feast, stopped him. "Are you planning to buy or build up our way, Mr. McVeigh?" she asked. He shook his head. "I'm looking around," he said, and hurried away. Anger took the place of perplexity in him. The women he saw in the streets and in the doors of the houses were such women as his own woman, Clara. They had married men, no better than myself, he told himself, growing bold. They had married men, and something had happened to them. Something was settled. They could live in streets and in houses. Their marriages had been real marriages, and he had a right to a real marriage. It was not too much to expect out of life. Clara has a right to that also, he thought, and his mind began to idolize the marriages of men and women. On every hand here I see them, the neat, well-dressed, handsome women like Clara. How happy they are! Their feathers have been ruffled, though, he thought angrily. It was with them as with that bird I saw being pursued through the trees. There has been pursuit and a pretense of trying to escape. There has been an effort made that was not an effort, but feathers have been ruffled here. When his thoughts had driven him into a half-desperate mood, Hugh went out of the streets of bright, ugly, freshly built, freshly painted and furnished houses, and down into the town. Several men, homeward bound at the end of their day of work, called to him. "I hope you're thinking of buying or building up our way," they said heartily. It began to rain and darkness came, but Hugh did not go home to Clara. It did not seem to him that he could spend another night in the house with her, lying awake, hearing the little noises of the night, waiting for courage. He could not sit under the lamp through another evening pretending to read. He could not go with Clara up the stairs only to leave her with a cold good night at the top of the stairs. Hugh went up the Medina road almost to the house, and then retraced his steps and got into a field. There was a low, swampy place in which the water came up over his shoe-tops, and after he had crossed that, there was a field overgrown with a tangle of vines. The night became so dark that he could see nothing, and darkness reigned over his spirit. For hours he walked blindly, but it did not occur to him that as he waited, hating the waiting, Clara also waited, that for her also it was a time of trial and uncertainty. To him it seemed her courage was simple and easy. She was a white, pure thing, waiting. For what? For courage to come into him in order that an assault be made upon her whiteness and purity. That was the only answer to the question Hugh could find within himself. The destruction of what was white and pure was a necessary thing in life. It was a thing men must do in order that life go on. As for women, they must be white and pure, and wait. Filled with inward resentment, Hugh at last did go to the farmhouse. Wet and dragging heavy feet, he turned out of the Medina road to find the house dark and apparently deserted. Then a new and puzzling situation arose. When he stepped over the threshold and into the house, he knew Clara was there. On that day she had not driven him to work in the morning or gone for him at noon hour because she did not want to look at him in the light of day, did not want again to see the puzzled, frightened look in his eyes. She had wanted him in the darkness alone, had waited for darkness. Now it was dark in the house, and she waited for him. How simple it was! Hugh came into the dining room, stumbled forward into the darkness, and found the hat rack against the wall near the stairway leading to the bedrooms above. Again he had surrendered what he would no doubt have called the manhood in himself, and had hoped only to be able to escape the presence he felt in the room, to creep off upstairs to his bed, to lie awake listening to noises, waiting miserably for another day to come. But when he had put his dripping hat on one of the pegs of the rack and had found the lower step with his foot thrust into darkness, a voice called to him. "Come here, Hugh," Clara said softly and firmly, and like a boy caught doing a forbidden act, he went toward her. "We have been very silly, Hugh," he heard her voice saying softly. Hugh went to where Clara sat in a chair by a window. From him there was no protest and no attempt to escape the love-making that followed. For a moment he stood in silence and could see her white figure below him in the chair. It was like something still far away, but coming swiftly as a bird flies to him, upward to him. Her hand crept up and lay in his hand. It seemed unbelievably large. It was not soft, but hard and firm. When her hand had rested in his for a moment, she arose and stood beside him. Then the hand went out of his and touched, caressed his wet coat, his wet hair, his cheeks. "My flesh must be white and cold," he thought, and then he did not think any more. Gladness took hold of him, a gladness that came up out of the inner parts of himself as she had come up to him out of the chair. For days, weeks, he had been thinking of his problem as a man's problem. His defeat had been a man's defeat. Now there was no defeat, no problem, no victory. In himself he did not exist. Within himself something new had been born, or another something that had always lived with him had stirred to life. It was not awkward. It was not afraid. It was a thing as swift and sure as the flight of the male bird through the branches of trees, and it was in pursuit of something light and swift in her, something that would fly through light and darkness, but fly not too swiftly, something of which he need not be afraid, something that without the need of understanding he could understand as one understands the need of breath in a close place. With a laugh as soft and sure as her own, Hugh took Clara into his arms. A few minutes later they went upstairs, and twice Hugh stumbled on the stairway. It did not matter. His long, awkward body was a thing outside himself. It might stumble and fall many times, but the new thing he had found, the thing inside himself that responded to the thing inside the shell that was Clara, his wife, did not stumble. It flew like a bird out of darkness into the light. At the moment he thought the sweeping flight of life thus begun would run on forever. End of chapter 20. Book 6, Chapter 21 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 21. It was a summer night in Ohio, and the wheat in the long flat fields that stretched away to the north from the town of Bidwell was ripe for the cutting. Between the wheat fields lay corn and cabbage fields. In the cornfields the green stalks stood up like young trees. Facing the fields lay the white roads, once the silent roads, hushed and empty through the nights and often during many hours of the day, the night silence broken only at long intervals by the clattering hoofs of homeward-bound horses, and the silence of days by creaking wagons. Along the roads on a summer evening went the young farm-hand in his buggy for which he had spent a summer's wage, a long summer of sweaty toil in hot fields. The hoofs of his horse beat a soft tattoo on the roads. His sweetheart sat beside him, and he was in no hurry. All day he had been at work in the harvest, and on the morrow he would work again. It did not matter. For him the night would last until the cocks in isolated farmyards began to hail the dawn. He forgot the horse and did not care what turning he took. All roads led to happiness for him. Beside the long roads was an endless procession of fields, broken now and then by a strip of woodland, where the shadows of trees fell upon the roads and made pools of an inky blackness. In the long dry grass and fence corners insects sang. In the young cabbage fields rabbits ran, flitting away like shadows in the moonlight. The cabbage fields were beautiful too. Who has written or sung of the beauties of cornfields in Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, or of the vast Ohio cabbage fields? In the cabbage fields the broad outer leaves fall down to make a background for the shifting, delicate colors of soil. The leaves are themselves riotous with color. As the season advances, they change from light to dark greens. 1,000 shades of purples, blues, and reds appear and disappear. In silence, the cabbage fields slept beside the roads in Ohio. Not yet had the motor cars come to tear along the roads, their flashing lights, beautiful too when seen by one afoot on the roads on a summer night, had not yet made the roads an extension of the cities. Akron, the terrible town, had not yet begun to roll forth its countless millions of rubber hoops, filled each with its portion of God's compressed air, and in prison at last like the farmhands who have gone to the cities. Detroit and Toledo had not yet begun to send forth their hundreds of thousands of motor cars to shriek and scream the nights away on country roads. Willis was still a mechanic in an Indiana town, and Ford still worked in a bicycle repair shop in Detroit. It was a summer night in the Ohio country, and the moon shone. A country doctor's horse went at a humdrum pace along the roads. Softly and at long intervals men afoot stumbled along. A farmhand whose horse was lame walked toward town. An umbrella mender, benighted on the roads, hurried toward the lights of the distant town. In Bidwell, the place that had been on other summer nights a sleepy town, filled with gossiping berry-pickers, things were astir. Change, and the thing men call growth, was in the air. Perhaps in its own way revolution was in the air. The silent, the real revolution that grew with the growth of the towns. In the stirring, bustling town of Bidwell that quiet summer night, something happened that startled men. Something happened, and then in a few minutes it happened again. Heads wagged. Special editions of daily newspapers were printed. The great hive of men was disturbed under the invisible roof of the town that had so suddenly become a city. The seeds of self-consciousness were planted in new soil, in American soil. Before all this began, however, something else happened. The first motor car ran through the streets of Bidwell and out upon the moonlit roads. The motor car was driven by Tom Butterworth, and in it sat his daughter Clara with her husband Hugh McVeigh. During the week before, Tom had brought the car from Cleveland, and the mechanic who rode with him had taught him the art of driving. Now he drove alone and boldly. Early in the evening he had run out to the farmhouse to take his daughter and son-in-law for their first ride. Hugh sat in the seat beside him, and after they had started and were clear of the town, Tom turned to him. "Now watch me step on her tail," he said proudly, using for the first time the motor slang he had picked up from the Cleveland mechanic. As Tom sent the car hurling over the roads, Clara sat alone in the back seat, unimpressed by her father's new acquisition. For 3 years she had been married, and she felt that she did not yet know the man she had married. Always the story had been the same, moments of light and then darkness again. A new machine that went along roads at a startlingly increased rate of speed might change the whole face of the world, as her father declared it would, but it did not change certain facts of her life. Am I a failure as a wife, or is Hugh impossible as a husband? She asked herself for perhaps the 1,000th time as the car, having got into a long stretch of clear straight road, seemed to leap and sail through the air like a bird. At any rate, I have married me a husband, and yet I have no husband. I have been in a man's arms, but I have no lover. I have taken hold of life, but life has slipped through my fingers. Like her father, Hugh seemed to Clara absorbed in only things outside himself, the outer crust of life. He was like, and yet unlike, her father. She was baffled by him. There was something in the man she wanted and could not find. "The fault must be in me," she told herself. "He's all right, but what's the matter with me?" After that night when he ran away from her bridal bed, Clara had more than once thought the miracle had happened. It did sometimes. On that night when he came to her out of the rain, it had happened. There was a wall a blow could shatter, and she raised her hand to strike the blow. The wall was shattered and then builded itself again. Even as she lay at night in her husband's arms, the wall reared itself up in the darkness of the sleeping room. Over the farmhouse on such nights, dense silence brooded, and she and Hugh, as had become their habit together, were silent. In the darkness she put up her hand to touch her husband's face and hair. He lay still, and she had the impression of some great force holding him back, holding her back. A sharp sense of struggle filled the room. The air was heavy with it. When words came, they did not break the silence. The wall remained. The words that came were empty, meaningless words. Hugh suddenly broke forth into speech. He spoke of his work at the shop and of his progress toward the solution of some difficult mechanical problem. If in the evening when the thing happened, The two people got out of the lighted house where they had been sitting together, each feeling darkness would help the effort they were both making to tear away the wall. They walked along a lane, past the barns, and over a little wooden bridge across the stream that ran down through the barnyard. Hugh did not want to talk of the work at the shop, but could find no words for other talk. They came to a fence where the lane turned and from where they could look down the hillside and into the town. He did not look at Clara, but stared down the hillside, and the words, in regard to the mechanical difficulties that had occupied his mind all day, ran on and on. When later they went back to the house, he felt a little relieved. "I've said words. There's something achieved," he thought. And now, after the 3 years as a married woman, Clara sat in the motor with her father and husband, and with them was sent whirling swiftly through the summer night. The car ran down the hill road from the Butterworth farm, through a dozen residence streets in town, and then out upon the long, straight roads in the rich, flat country to the north. It had skirted the town as a hungry wolf might have encircled silently and swiftly the fire-lit camp of a hunter. To Clara, the machine seemed like a wolf, bold and cunning, and yet afraid. Its great nose pushed through the troubled air of the quiet roads, frightening horses, breaking the silence with its persistent purring, drowning the song of insects. The headlights also disturbed the slumbers of the night. They flashed into barnyards where fowls slept on the lower branches of trees, played on the sides of barns, sent the cattle in fields galloping away into darkness, and frightened horribly the wild things, the red squirrels and chipmunks that live in wayside fences in the Ohio country. Clara hated the machine and began to hate all machines. Thinking of machinery and the making of machines had, she decided, been at the bottom of her husband's inability to talk with her. Revolt against the whole mechanical impulse of her generation began to take possession of her. And as she rode, another and more terrible kind of revolt against the machine began in the town of Bidwell. It began, in fact, before Tom, with his new motor, left the Butterworth farm. It began before the summer moon came up, before the gray mantle of night had been laid over the shoulders of the hills south of the farmhouse. Jim Gibson, the journeyman harness maker who worked in Joe Wainsworth's shop, was beside himself on that night. He had just won a great victory over his employer and felt like celebrating. For several days he had been telling the story of his anticipated victory in the saloons and store, and now it had happened. After dining at his boarding house, he went to a saloon and had a drink. Then he went to another. Then he went to other saloons and had other drinks, after which he swaggered through the streets to the door of the shop. Although he was in his nature a spiritual bully, Jim did not lack energy, and his employer's shop was filled with work demanding attention. For a week, both he and Joe had been returning to their workbenches every evening. Jim wanted to come because some driving influence within made him love the thought of keeping the work always on the move, and Joe because Jim made him come. Many things were on the move in the striving, lusting town on that evening. The system of checking on piecework, introduced by the superintendent, Ed Hall, in the corn-cutting machine plant, had brought on Bidwell's first industrial strike. The discontented workmen were not organized, and the strike was foredoomed to failure. But it had stirred the town deeply. One day, a week before, quite suddenly, some 50 or 60 men had decided to quit. "We won't work for a fellow like Ed Hall," they declared. "He sets a scale of prices, and then, when we've driven ourselves to the limit to make a decent day's pay, he cuts the scale." Leaving the shop, the men went in a body to Main Street, and 2 or 3 of them, developing unexpected eloquence, began delivering speeches on street corners. On the next day the strike spread, and for several days the shop had been closed. Then a labor organizer came from Cleveland, and on the day of his arrival the story ran through the street that strike breakers were to be brought in. On that evening of many adventures, another element was introduced into the already disturbed life of the community. At the corner of Main and McKinley Streets, and just beyond the place where 3 old buildings were being torn down to make room for the building of a new hotel, appeared a man who climbed upon a box and attacked not the piecework prices at the corn-cutting machine plant, but the whole system that built and maintained factories where the wage scale of the workmen could be fixed by the whim or necessity of one man or a group of men. As the man on the box talked, the workmen in the crowd who were of American birth began to shake their heads. They went to one side and, gathering in groups, discussed the stranger's words. "I tell you what," said a little workman, pulling nervously at his graying mustache, "I'm on strike, and I'm sticking out until Steve Hunter and Tom Butterworth fire Ed Hall, and I don't like this kind of talk. I'll tell you what that man's doing. He's attacking our government. That's what he's doing." The workmen went off to their homes, grumbling. The government was to them a sacred thing, and they did not fancy having their demands for a better wage scale confused by the talk of anarchist and socialist. Many of the laborers of Bidwell were sons and grandsons of pioneers who had opened up the country where the great sprawling towns were now growing into cities. They and their fathers had fought in the great Civil War. During boyhood they had breathed a reverence for government out of the very air of the towns. The great men of whom the school books talked had all been connected with the government. In Ohio there had been Garfield, Sherman, McPherson the fighter, and others. From Illinois had come Lincoln and Grant. For a time the very ground of the mid-American country had seemed to spurt forth great men as now it was spurting forth gas and oil. Government had justified itself in the men it had produced. And now there had come among them men who had no reverence for government. What a speaker for the first time dared say openly on the streets of Bidwell had already been talked in the shops. The new men, the foreigners coming from many lands, had brought with them strange doctrines. They began to make acquaintances among the American workmen. "Well," they said, "you've had great men here. No doubt you have. But you're getting a new kind of great men now. These new men are not born out of people. They're being born out of capital. What is a great man? He's one who has the power. Isn't that a fact? Well, you fellows here have got to find out that nowadays power comes with the possession of money. Who are the big men in this town? Not some lawyer or politician who can make a good speech, but the men who own the factories where you have to work. Your Steve Hunter and Tom Butterworth are the great men of this town." The socialist who had come to speak on the streets of Bidwell was a Swede, and his wife had come with him. As he talked, his wife made figures on a blackboard. The old story of the trick by which the citizens of the town had lost their money in the plant-setting machine company was revived and told over and over. The Swede, a big man with heavy fists, spoke of the prominent citizens of the town as thieves who by a trick had robbed their fellows. As he stood on the box beside his wife, and raising his fist shouted crude sentences condemning the capitalist class. Men who had gone away angry came back to listen. The speaker declared himself a workman like themselves and, unlike the religious Salvationists who occasionally spoke on the streets, did not beg for money. "I'm a workman like yourselves," he shouted. "Both my wife and myself work until we've saved a little money. Then we come out to some town like this and fight capital until we're busted. We've been fighting for years now, and we'll keep on fighting as long as we live." As the orator shouted out his sentences, he raised his fist as though to strike, and looked not unlike one of his ancestors, the Norsemen, who in old times had sailed far and wide over unknown seas in search of the fighting they loved. The men of Bidwell began to respect him. "After all, what he says sounds like mighty good sense," they declared, shaking their heads. "Maybe Ed Hall isn't any worse than anyone else. We got to break up the system. That's a fact. Some of these days we got to break up the system." Jim Gibson got to the door of Joe's shop at 7:30. Several men stood on the sidewalk, and he stopped and stood before them, intending to tell the story of his triumph over his employer. Inside the shop, Joe was already at his bench and at work. The men, two of them strikers from the corn-cutting machine plant, complained bitterly of the difficulty of supporting their families, and a third man, a fellow with a big black mustache who smoked a pipe, began to repeat some of the axioms in regard to industrialism and the class war he had picked up from the socialist orator. Jim listened for a moment, and then, turning, put his thumb on his buttocks and wiggled his fingers. "Oh, hell," he sneered. "What are you fools talking about? You're going to get up a union or get into the Socialist Party? What are you talking about? A union or a party can't help a man who can't look out for himself." The blustering and half-intoxicated harness-maker stood in the open shop door and told again and in detail the story of his triumph over his employer. Then another thought came, and he spoke of the $1,200 Joe had lost in the stock of the plant-setting machine company. "He lost his money, and you fellers are going to get licked in this fight," he declared. "You're all wrong, you fellows, when you talk about unions or joining the Socialist Party. What counts is what a man can do for himself. Character counts. Yes, sir, character makes a man what he is." Jim pounded on his chest and glared about him. "Look at me," he said. "I was a drunkard and down and out when I came to this town. A drunkard, that's what I was, and that's what I am. I came here to this shop to work, and now, if you want to know, ask anyone in town who runs this place. The socialists say money is power. Well, there's a man inside here who has the money, but you bet I've got the power." Slapping his knees with his hands, Jim laughed heartily. A week before, a traveling man had come to the shop to sell machine-made harness. Joe had ordered the man out, and Jim had called him back. He had placed an order for 18 sets of the harness and had made Joe sign the order. The harness had arrived that afternoon and was now hung in the shop. "It's hanging in the shop now," Jim cried. "Go see for yourself." Triumphantly, Jim walked up and down before the men on the sidewalk, and his voice rang through the shop where Joe sat on his harness-maker's horse under a swinging lamp, hard at work. "I tell you, character's the thing that counts," the roaring voice cried. "You see, I'm a workman like you fellows, but I don't join a union or a socialist party. I get my way. My boss Joe in there's a sentimental old fool, that's what he is. All his life he's made harnesses by hand, and he thinks that's the only way. He claims he has pride in his work. That's what he claims." Jim laughed again. "Do you know what he did the other day when that traveler had gone out of the shop and after I'd made him sign that order?" he asked. "Cried, that's what he did. By God, he did. Sat there and cried." Again Jim laughed, but the workmen on the sidewalk did not join in his merriment. Going to one of them, the one who had declared his intention of joining the union, Jim began to berate him. "You think you can lick Ed Hall with Steve Hunter and Tom Butterworth back of him, huh?" he asked sharply. "Well, I'll tell you what. You can't. All the unions in the world won't help you. You'll get licked. For why? For why? Because Ed Hall is like me. That's for why. He's got character. That's what he's got." Growing weary of his boasting and the silence of his audience, Jim started to walk in at the door, but when one of the workmen, a pale man of 50 with a graying mustache, spoke, he turned to listen. "You're a suck, a lick spittle, that's what you are," said the pale man, his voice trembling with passion. Jim ran through the crowd of men and knocked the speaker to the sidewalk with a blow of his fist. Two of the other workmen seemed about to take up the cause of their fallen brother, but when in spite of their threats Jim stood his ground, they hesitated. They went to help the pale workman to his feet, and Jim went into the shop and closed the door. Climbing onto his horse, he went to work, and the men went off along the sidewalk, still threatening to do what they had not done when the opportunity offered. Joe worked in silence beside his employee, and night began to settle down over the disturbed town. Above the clatter of many voices in the street outside could be heard the loud voice of the socialist orator who had taken up his stand for the evening at a nearby corner. When it had become quite dark outside, the old harness maker climbed down from his horse and, going to the front door, opened it softly and looked up and down the street. Then he closed it again and walked toward the rear of the shop. In his hand he held his harness maker's knife, shaped like a half-moon, and with an extraordinarily sharp circular edge. The harness maker's wife had died during the year before, and since that time he had not slept well at night. Often for a week at a time he did not sleep at all, but lay all night with wide-open eyes, thinking strange new thoughts. In the daytime, and when Jim was not about, he sometimes spent hours sharpening the moon-shaped knife on a piece of leather. And on the day after the incident of the placing of the order for the factory-made harness, he had gone into a hardware store and bought a cheap revolver. He had been sharpening the knife as Jim talked to the workmen outside. When Jim began to tell the story of his humiliation, he had stopped sewing at the broken harness in his vise, and, getting up, had taken the knife from its hiding place under a pile of leather on a bench to give its edge a few last caressing strokes. Holding the knife in his hand, Joe went with shambling steps toward the place where Jim sat absorbed in his work. A brooding silence seemed to lie over the shop, and even outside in the street all noises suddenly ceased. Old Joe's gait changed. As he passed behind the horse on which Jim sat, life came into his figure, and he walked with a soft, cat-like tread. Joy shone in his eyes. As though warned of something impending, Jim turned and opened his mouth to growl at his employer, but his words never found their way to his lips. The old man made a peculiar half-step, half leaped past the horse, and the knife whipped through the air. At one stroke he had succeeded in practically severing Jim Gibson's head from his body. There was no sound in the shop. Joe threw the knife into a corner and ran quickly past the horse where the body of Jim Gibson sat upright. Then the body fell to the floor with a thump, and there was the sharp rattle of heels on the board floor. The old man locked the front door and listened impatiently. When all was again quiet, he went to search for the knife he had thrown away, but could not find it. Taking Jim's knife from a bench under the hanging lamp, he stepped over the body and climbed upon his horse to turn out the lights. For an hour, Joe stayed in the shop with the dead man. The 18 sets of harness shipped from a Cleveland factory had been received that morning, and Jim had insisted they be unpacked and hung on hooks along the shop walls. He had bullied Joe into helping hang the harnesses, and now Joe took them down alone. One by one they were laid on the floor, and with Jim's knife the old man cut each strap into little pieces that made a pile of litter on the floor, reaching to his waist. When that was done, he went again to the rear of the shop, again stepping almost carelessly over the dead man, and took the revolver out of the pocket of an overcoat that hung by the door. Joe went out of the shop by the back door, and having locked it carefully, crept through an alleyway and into the lighted street where people walked up and down. The next place to his own was a barber shop, and as he hurried along the sidewalk, 2 young men came out and called to him. "Hey," they called, "do you believe in factory-made harness nowadays, Joe Wainsworth? Hey, what do you say? Do you sell factory-made harness?" Joe did not answer, but stepping off the sidewalk, walked in the road. A group of Italian laborers passed, talking rapidly and making gestures with their hands. As he went more deeply into the heart of the growing city, past the socialist orator and the labor organizer who was addressing a crowd of men on another corner, his step became cat-like, as it had been in the moment before the knife flashed at the throat of Jim Gibson. The crowds of people frightened him. He imagined himself set upon by a crowd and hanged to a lamp-post. The voice of the labor orator arose above the murmur of voices in the street. "We've got to take power into our hands. We've got to carry on our own battle for power," the voice declared. The harness maker turned a corner into a quiet street, his hand caressing affectionately the revolver in the side pocket of his coat. He intended to kill himself, but he had not wanted to die in the same room with Jim Gibson. In his own way, he had always been a very sensitive man, and his only fear was that rough hands fall upon him before he had completed the evening's work. He was quite sure that had his wife been alive, she would have understood what had happened. She had always understood everything he did or said. He remembered his courtship. His wife had been a country girl, and on Sundays after their marriage they had gone together to spend the day in the wood. After Joe had brought his wife to Bidwell, they continued the practice. One of his customers, a well-to-do farmer, lived 5 miles north of town, and on his farm there was a grove of beech trees. Almost every Sunday for several years he got a horse from the livery stable and took his wife there. After dinner at the farmhouse, he and the farmer gossiped for an hour while the women washed the dishes, and then he took his wife and went into the beech forest. No underbrush grew under the spreading branches of the trees, and when the 2 people had remained silent for a time, hundreds of squirrels and chipmunks came to chatter and play about them. Joe had brought nuts in his pocket and threw them about. The quivering little animals drew near, and then with a flip of their tails scampered away. One day a boy from a neighboring farm came to the wood and shot one of the squirrels. It happened just as Joe and his wife came from the farmhouse, and he saw the wounded squirrel hang from the branch of a tree and then fall. It lay at his feet, and his wife grew ill and leaned against him for support. He said nothing, but stared at the quivering thing on the ground. When it lay still, the boy came and picked it up. Still Joe said nothing. Taking his wife's arm, he walked to where they were in the habit of sitting, and reached in his pocket for the nuts to scatter on the ground. The farm boy, who had felt the reproach in the eyes of the man and woman, had gone out of the wood. Suddenly Joe began to cry. He was ashamed and did not want his wife to see, and she pretended she had not seen. On the night when he had killed Jim, Joe decided he would walk to the farm in the beech forest and there kill himself. He hurried past a long row of dark stores and warehouses in the newly built section of town and came to a residence street. He saw a man coming toward him and stepped into the stairway of a store building. The man stopped under a street lamp to light a cigar, and the harness maker recognized him. It was Steve Hunter, who had induced him to invest the $1,200 in the stock of the plant-setting machine company, the man who had brought the new Times to Bidwell, the man who was at the bottom of all such innovations as machine-made harnesses. Joe had killed his employee, Jim Gibson, in cold anger, but now a new kind of anger took possession of him. Something danced before his eyes, and his hands trembled so that he was afraid the gun he had taken out of his pocket would fall to the sidewalk. It wavered as he raised it and fired, but chance came to his assistance. Steve Hunter pitched forward to the sidewalk. Without stopping to pick up the revolver that had fallen out of his hand, Joe now ran up a stairway and got into a dark, empty hall. He felt his way along a wall and became presently to another stairway, leading down. It brought him into an alleyway, and going along this he came out near the bridge that led over the river and into what in the old days had been Turner's Pike, the road out which he had driven with his wife to the farm in the beech forest. But one thing now puzzled Joe Wainsworth. He had lost his revolver and did not know how he was going to manage his own death. I must do it some way, he thought, when at last, after nearly 3 hours' steady plodding and hiding in fields to avoid the teams going along the road, he got to the beech forest. He went to sit under a tree near the place where he had so often sat through quiet Sunday afternoons with his wife beside him. "I'll rest a little, and then I'll think how I can do it," he thought wearily, holding his head in his hands. "I mustn't go to sleep. If they find me, they'll hurt me. They'll hurt me before I have a chance to kill myself. They'll hurt me before I have a chance to kill myself," he repeated over and over, holding his head in his hands and rocking gently back and forth. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Poor Boy, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 22. The car driven by Tom Butterworth stopped at a town, and Tom got out to fill his pockets with cigars and, incidentally, to enjoy the wonder and admiration of the citizens. He was in an exalted mood, and words flowed from him. As the motor under its hood purred, so the brain under the graying old head purred and threw forth words. He talked to the idlers before the drug stores in the towns, and when the car started again and they were out in the open country, his voice, pitched in a high key to make itself heard above the purring engine, became shrill. Having struck the shrill tone of the new age, the voice went on and on. But the voice in the swift-moving car did not stir Clara. She tried not to hear the voice, and fixing her eyes on the soft landscape flowing past under the moon, tried to think of other times and places. She thought of nights when she had walked with Kate Chancellor through the streets of Columbus, and of the silent ride she had taken with Hugh that night they were married. Her mind went back into her childhood, and she remembered the long days she had spent riding with her father in this same valley, going from farm to haggle and dicker for the purchase of calves and pigs. Her father had not talked then, but sometimes, when they had driven far and were homeward bound in the failing light of evening, words did come to him. She remembered one evening in the summer after her mother died, and when her father often took her with him on his drives. They had stopped for the evening meal at the house of a farmer, and when they got on the road again, the moon came out. Something present in the spirit of the night stirred Tom, and he spoke of his life as a boy in the new country, and of his fathers and brothers. "We worked hard, Clara," he said. "The whole country was new, and every acre we planted had to be cleared." The mind of the prosperous farmer fell into a reminiscent mood, and he spoke of little things concerning his life as a boy and young man, the days of cutting wood alone in the silent white forest when winter came, and it was time for getting out firewood and logs for new farm buildings, the log rollings to which neighboring farmers came, when great piles of logs were made and set afire that space might be cleared for planting. In the winter the boy went to school in the village of Bidwell, and as he was even then an energetic, pushing youth, already intent on getting on in the world, he set traps in the forest and on the banks of streams, and walked the trap line on his way to and from school. In the spring he sent his pelts to the growing town of Cleveland, where they were sold. He spoke of the money he got, and how he had finally saved enough to buy a horse of his own. Tom had talked of many other things on that night, of the spelling downs at the schoolhouse in town, of huskings and dances held in the barns, and of the evening when he went skating on the river and first met his wife. "We took to each other at once," he said softly. "There was a fire built on the bank of the river, and after I had skated with her, we went and sat down to warm ourselves. We wanted to get married to each other right away," he told Clara. "I walked home with her after we got tired of skating, and after that I thought of nothing but how to get my own farm and have a home of my own." As the daughter sat in the motor listening to the shrill voice of the father, who now talked only of the making of machines and money, that other man talking softly in the moonlight as the horse jogged slowly along the dark road seemed very far away. All such men seemed very far away. Everything worthwhile is very far away, she thought bitterly. The machines men are so intent on making have carried them very far from the old, sweet things. The motor flew along the roads, and Tom thought of his old longing to own and drive fast racing horses. "I used to be half crazy to own fast horses," he shouted to his son-in-law. "I didn't do it, because owning fast horses meant a waste of money, but it was in my mind all the time. I wanted to go fast, faster than anyone else." In a kind of ecstasy, he gave the motor more gas and shot the speed up to 50 miles an hour. The hot summer air, fanned into a violent wind, whistled past his head. "Where would the damned racehorses be now?" he called. "Where would your Maud S. or your JIC be, trying to catch up with me in this car?" Yellow wheat fields and fields of young corn, tall now, and in the light breeze that was blowing, whispering in the moonlight, flashed past, looking like squares on a checkerboard made for the amusement of the child of some giant. The car ran through miles of the low farming country, through the main streets of towns, where the people ran out of the stores to stand on the sidewalks and look at the new wonder, through sleeping bits of woodlands, remnants of the great forests in which Tom had worked as a boy, and across wooden bridges over small streams, beside which grew tangled masses of elderberries, now yellow and fragrant with blossoms. At 11 o'clock, having already achieved some 90 miles, Tom turned the car back. Running more sedately, he again talked of the mechanical triumphs of the age in which he had lived. "I've brought you whizzing along, you and Clara," he said proudly. "I tell you what, Hugh, Steve Hunter and I have brought you along fast in more ways than one. You've got to give Steve credit for seeing something in you, and you've got to give me credit for putting my money back of your brains. I don't want to take no credit from Steve. There's credit enough for all. All I got to say for myself is that I saw the hole in the doughnut. Yes, sir. I wasn't so blind. I saw the hole in the doughnut." Tom stopped to light a cigar and then drove on again. "I'll tell you what, Hugh," he said. "I wouldn't say so to anyone not of my family, but the truth is, I'm the man that's been putting over the big things there in Bidwell. The town is going to be a city now, and a mighty big city. Towns in this state like Columbus, Toledo, and Dayton had better look out for themselves. I'm the man has always kept Steve Hunter steady and going straight ahead down the track, as this car goes with my hand at the steering wheel. You don't know anything about it, and I don't want you should talk, but there are new things coming to Bidwell," he added. "When I was in Chicago last month, I met a man who's been making rubber, buggy, and bicycle tires. I'm going in with him, and we're going to start a plant for making automobile tires right in Bidwell. The tire business is bound to be one of the greatest on earth, and there ain't no reason why Bidwell shouldn't be the biggest tire center ever known in the world." Although the car now ran quietly, Tom's voice again became shrill. "There'll be hundreds of thousands of cars like this tearing over every road in America," he declared. "Yes, sir, they will, and if I calculate right, Bidwell will be the great tire town of the world." For a long time Tom drove in silence, and when he again began to talk, it was a new mood. He told a tale of life in Bidwell that stirred both Hugh and Clara deeply. He was angry, and had Clara not been in the car, would have become violently profane. "I'd like to hang the men who are making trouble in the shops in town," he broke forth. "You know who I mean. I mean the labor men who are trying to make trouble for Steve Hunter and me. There's a socialist talking every night on the street over there. I tell you, Hugh, the laws of this country are wrong." For 10 minutes he talked of the labor difficulties in the shops. "They better look out," he declared, and was so angry that his voice rose to something like a suppressed scream. "We're inventing new machines pretty fast nowadays," he cried. "Pretty soon we'll do all the work by machines. Then what'll we make? We'll kick all the workers out and let 'em strike till they're sick. That's what we'll do. They can talk their fool socialism all they want, but we'll show 'em, the fools." His angry mood passed, and as the car turned into the last 15-mile stretch of road that led to Bidwell, he told the tale that so deeply stirred his passengers. Chuckling softly, he told of the struggle of the Bidwell harness maker, Joe Wainsworth, to prevent the sale of machine-made harness in the community, and of his experience with his employee, Jim Gibson. Tom had heard the tale in the barroom of the Bidwell house, and it had made a profound impression on his mind. "I'll tell you what," he declared. "I'm going to get in touch with Jim Gibson. That's the kind of man to handle workers. I only heard about him tonight, but I'm going to see him tomorrow." Leaning back in his seat, Tom laughed heartily as he told of the traveling man who had visited Joe Wainsworth's shop and the placing of the order for the factory-made harness. In some intangible way he felt that when Jim Gibson laid the order for the harness on the bench in the shop, and by the force of his personality compelled Joe Wainsworth to sign, he justified all such men as himself. In imagination, he lived in that moment with Jim, and like Jim, the incident aroused his inclination to boast. Why, a lot of cheap laboring skates can't down such men as myself any more than Joe Wainsworth could down that Jim Gibson, he declared. They ain't got the character, you see. That's what's the matter. They ain't got the character. Tom touched some mechanism connected with the engine of the car, and it shot suddenly forward. "Suppose one of them labor leaders was standing in the road there," he cried. Instinctively Hugh leaned forward and peered into the darkness through which the lights of the car cut like a great scythe, and on the back seat Clara half rose to her feet. Tom shouted with delight, and as the car plunged along the road his voice rose in triumph. "The damn fools!" he cried. "They think they can stop the machines. Let 'em try. They want to go in their old handmade way. Let 'em look out. Let 'em look out for such men as Jim Gibson and me." Down a slight incline in the road shot the car and swept around a wide curve. And then the jumping, dancing light running far ahead revealed a sight that made Tom thrust out his foot and jam on the brakes. In the road and in the very center of the circle of light, as though performing a scene on the stage, 3 men were struggling. As the car came to a stop so sudden that it pitched both Clara and Hughes out of their seats, the struggle came to an end. One of the struggling figures, a small man without coat or hat, had jerked himself away from the others and started to run toward the fence at the side of the road and separating it from a grove of trees. A large, broad-shouldered man sprang forward and, catching the tail of the fleeing man's coat, pulled him back into the circle of light. His fist shot out and caught the small man directly on the mouth. He fell like a dead thing, face downward in the dust of the road. Tom ran the car slowly forward, and its headlight continued to play over the 3 figures. From a little pocket at the side of his driver's seat, he took a revolver. He ran the car quickly to a position near the group in the road and stopped. "What's up?" he asked sharply. Ed Hall, the factory superintendent, the man who had struck the blow that had felled the little man, stepped forward and explained the tragic happenings of the evening in town. The factory superintendent had remembered that as a boy he had once worked for a few weeks on the farm of which the wood beside the road was a part, and that on Sunday afternoons the harness maker had come to the farm with his wife, and the 2 people had gone to walk in the very place where he had just been found. "I had a hunch you would be out here," he boasted. "I figured it out. Crowds started out of town in all directions, but I cut out alone. Then I happened to see this fellow, and just for company, I brought him along." He put up his hand and, looking at Tom, tapped his forehead. "Cracked," he declared. "He always was. A fellow I knew saw him once in that woods," he said, pointing. "Somebody had shot a squirrel, and he took on about it as though he had lost a child. I said then he was crazy, and he has sure proved I was right." At a word from her father, Clara went to sit on the front seat on Hugh's knees. Her body trembled, and she was cold with fear. As her father had told the story of Jim Gibson's triumph over Joe Wainsworth, she had wanted passionately to kill that blustering fellow. Now the thing was done. In her mind, the harness maker had come to stand for all the men and women in the world who were in secret revolt against the absorption of the age in machines and the products of machines. He had stood as a protesting figure against what her father had become and what she thought her husband had become. She had wanted Jim Gibson killed, and it had been done. As a child, she had gone often to Wainsworth's shop with her father or some farmhand, and she now remembered sharply the peace and quiet of the place. At the thought of the same place, now become the scene of a desperate killing, her body shook so that she clutched at Hugh's arms, striving to steady herself. Ed Hall took the senseless figure of the old man in the road into his arms and half threw it into the back seat of the car. To Clara, it was as though his rough, misunderstanding hands were on her own body. The car started swiftly along the road, and Ed told again the story of the night's happenings. "I tell you, Mr. Hunter is in mighty bad shape. He may die," he said. Clara turned to look at her husband and thought him totally unaffected by what had happened. His face was quiet like her father's face. The factory superintendent's voice went on explaining his part in the adventures of the evening. Ignoring the pale workman who sat lost in the shadows in the corner of the rear seat, he spoke as though he had undertaken and accomplished the capture of the murderer single-handed. As he afterwards explained to his wife, Ed felt he had been a fool not to come along. "I knew I could handle him all right," he explained. "I wasn't afraid, but I had figured it all out. He was crazy. That made me feel shaky. When they were getting up a crowd to go out on the hunt, I says to myself, I'll go alone. I says to myself, I'll bet he's gone out to that woods on the Wrigley farm where he and his wife used to go on Sundays. I started, and then I saw this other man standing on a corner, and I made him come with me. He didn't want to come, and I wish I'd gone alone. I could have handled him, and I'd got all the credit." In the car, Ed told the story of the night in the streets of Bidwell. Someone had seen Steve Hunter shot down in the street and had declared the harness maker had done it and had then run away. A crowd had gone to the harness shop and had found the body of Jim Gibson. On the floor of the shop were the factory-made harnesses cut into bits. He must have been in there and at work for an hour or two, stayed right in there with the man he had killed. It's the craziest thing any man ever done. The harness maker, lying on the floor of the car where Ed had thrown him, stirred and sat up. Clara turned to him and shivered. His shirt was torn so that the thin old neck and shoulders could be plainly seen in the uncertain light, and his face was covered with blood that had dried and was now black with dust. Ed Hall went on with the tale of his triumph. "I found him where I said to myself I would. Yes, sir, I found him where I said to myself I would." The car came to the first of the houses of the town, long rows of cheaply built frame houses standing in what had once been Ezra French's cabbage patch, where Hugh had crawled on the ground in the moonlight, working out the mechanical problems that confronted him in the building of his plant-setting machine. Suddenly, the distraught and frightened man crouched on the floor of the car, raised himself on his hands, and lurched forward, trying to spring over the side. Ed Hall caught him by the arm and jerked him back. He drew back his arm to strike again, but Clara's voice, cold and intense with passion, stopped him. "If you touch him, I'll kill you," she said. "No matter what he does, don't you dare strike him again." Tom drove the car slowly through the streets of Bidwell to the door of a police station. Word of the return of the murderer had run ahead, and a crowd had gathered. Although it was past 2 o'clock, the lights still burned in stores and saloons, and crowds stood at every corner. With the aid of a policeman, Ed Hall, with one eye fixed cautiously on the front seat where Clara sat, started to lead Joe Wainsworth away. "Come on now, we won't hurt you," he said reassuringly, and had got his man free of the car when he broke away. Springing back into the rear seat, the crazed man turned to look at the crowd. A sob broke from his lips. For a moment he stood trembling with fright, and then turning, he for the first time saw Hugh, the man in whose footsteps he had once crept in the darkness in Turner's Pike, the man who had invented the machine by which the earnings of a lifetime had been swept away. "It wasn't me. You did it. You killed Jim Gibson," he screamed, and springing forward sank his fingers and teeth into Hugh's neck. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 23. One day in the month of October, 4 years after the time of his first motor ride with Clara and Tom, Hugh went on a business trip to the city of Pittsburgh. He left Bidwell in the morning and got to the Steel City at noon. At 3 o'clock his business was finished and he was ready to return. Although he had not yet realized it, Hugh's career as a successful inventor had received a sharp check. The trick of driving directly at the point, of being utterly absorbed in the thing before him, had been lost. He went to Pittsburgh to see about the casting of new parts for the hay loading machine, but what he did in Pittsburgh was of no importance to the men who would manufacture and sell that worthy labor-saving tool. Although he did not know it, a young man from Cleveland, in the employ of Tom and Steve, had already done what Hugh was striving half-heartedly to do. The machine had been finished and ready to market in October 3 years before, and after repeated tests, a lawyer had made formal application for patent. Then it was discovered that an Iowa man had already made application for and been granted a patent on a similar apparatus. When Tom came to the shop and told him what had happened, Hugh had been ready to drop the whole matter, but that was not Tom's notion. "The devil," he said. "Do you think we're going to waste all this money and labor?" Drawings of the Iowa man's machine were secured, and Tom set Hugh at the task of doing what he called getting round the other fellow's patents. "Do the best you can, and we'll go ahead," he said. "You see, we've got the money, and that means power. Make what changes you can, and then we'll go on with our manufacturing plans. We'll whipsaw this other fellow through the courts. We'll fight him till he's sick of fight, and then we'll buy him out cheap. I've had the fellow looked up, and he hasn't any money, and is a boozer besides. You go ahead. We'll get that fellow all right." Hugh had tried valiantly to go along the road marked out for him by his father-in-law, and had put aside other plans to rebuild the machine he had thought of as completed and out of the way. He made new parts, changed other parts, studied the drawings of the Iowa man's machine, did what he could to accomplish his task. Nothing happened. A conscientious determination not to infringe on the work of the Iowa man stood in his way. Then something did happen. At night, as he sat alone in his shop after a long study of the drawings of the other man's machine, he put them aside and sat staring into the darkness beyond the circle of light cast by his lamp. He forgot the machine and thought of the unknown inventor, the man far away over forests, lakes, and rivers, who for months had worked on the same problem that had occupied his mind. Tom had said the man had no money and was a boozer. He could be defeated, bought cheap. He was himself at work on the instrument of the man's defeat. Hugh left his shop and went for a walk, and the problem connected with the twisting of the iron and steel parts of the hay-loading apparatus into new forms was again left unsolved. The Iowa man had become a distinct, almost understandable personality to Hugh. Tom had said he drank, got drunk. His own father had been a drunkard. Once a man, the very man who had been the instrument of his own coming to Bidwell, had taken it for granted he was a drunkard. He wondered if some twist of life might not have made him one. Thinking of the Iowa man, Hugh began to think of other men. He thought of his father and of himself. When he was striving to come out of the filth, the flies, the poverty, the fishy smells, the shadowy dreams of his life by the river, his father had often tried to draw him back into that life. In imagination he saw before him the desolate man who had bred him. On afternoons of summer days in the river town, when Henry Shepherd was not about, his father sometimes came to the station where he was employed. He had begun to earn a little money, and his father wanted it to buy drinks. Why? There was a problem for Hugh's mind, a problem that could not be solved in wood and steel. He walked and thought about it when he should have been making new parts for the hay-loading apparatus. He had lived but little in the life of the imagination, had been afraid to live that life, had been warned and re-warned against living it. The shadowy figure of the unknown inventor in the state of Iowa, who had been brother to himself, who had worked on the same problems and had come to the same conclusions, slipped away, followed by the almost equally shadowy figure of his father. Hugh tried to think of himself and his own life. For a time that seemed a simple and easy way out of the new and intricate task he had set for his mind. His own life was a matter of history. He knew about himself. Having walked far out of town, he turned and went back toward his shop. His way led through the new city that had grown up since his coming to Bidwell. Turner's Pike, that had been a country road along which on summer evenings lovers strolled to the wheeling station and Pickleville, was now a street. All that section of the new city was given over to workers' homes, and here and there a store had been built. The widow McCoy's place was gone, and in its place was a warehouse, black and silent under the night sky. How grim the street in the late night. The berry pickers who once went along the road at evening were now gone forever. Like Ezra French's sons, they had perhaps become factory hands. Apple and cherry trees once grew along the road. They had dropped their blossoms on the heads of strolling lovers. They also were gone. Hugh had once crept along the road at the heels of Ed Hall, who walked with his arm around a girl's waist. He had heard Ed complaining of his lot in life and crying out for new times. It was Ed Hall who had introduced the piecework plan in the factories of Bidwell and brought about the strike during which 3 men had been killed, and ill feelings engendered in hundreds of silent workers. The strike had been won by Tom and Steve, and they had since that time been victorious in a larger and more serious strike. Ed Hall was now at the head of a new factory being built along the wheeling tracks. He was growing fat and was prosperous. When Hugh got to his shop, he lighted his lamp and again got out the drawings he had come from home to study. They lay unnoticed on the desk. He looked at his watch. It was 2:00. Clara may be awake. I must go home, he thought vaguely. He now owned his own motor car, and it stood in the road before the shop. Getting in, he drove away into the darkness over the bridge, out of Turner's Pike, and along a street lined with factories and railroad sidings. Some of the factories were working and were ablaze with lights. Through lighted windows he could see men stationed along benches and bending over huge iron machines. He had come from home that evening to study the work of an unknown man from the faraway state of Iowa, to try to circumvent that man. Then he had gone to walk and to think of himself and his own life. The evening has been wasted. I've done nothing, he thought gloomily as his car climbed up a long street lined with the homes of the wealthier citizens of his town and turned into the short stretch of Medina Road still left between the town and the Butterworth farmhouse. On the day when he went to Pittsburgh, Hugh got to the station where he was to take the homeward train at 3, and the train did not leave until 4. He went into a big waiting room and sat on a bench in a corner. After a time he arose and, going to a stand, bought a newspaper but did not read it. It lay unopened on the bench beside him. The station was filled with men, women, and children who moved restlessly about. A train came in and a swarm of people departed, were carried into faraway parts of the country, while new people came into the station from a nearby street. He looked at those who were going out into the train shed. It may be that some of them are going to the town in Iowa where that fellow lives, he thought. It was odd how thoughts of the unknown Iowa man clung to him. One day, during the same summer, and but a few months earlier, Hugh had gone to the town of Sandusky, Ohio, on the same mission that had brought him to Pittsburgh. How many parts for the hay-loading machine had been cast and later thrown away? They did the work, but he decided each time that he had infringed on the other man's machine. When that happened, he did not consult Tom. Something within him warned him against doing that. He destroyed the part. "It wasn't what I wanted," he told Tom, who had grown discouraged with his son-in-law, but did not openly voice his dissatisfaction. "Oh, well, he's lost his pep. Marriage has taken the life out of him. We'll have to get someone else on the job," he said to Steve, who had entirely recovered from the wound received at the hands of Joe Wainsworth. On that day when he went to Sandusky, Hugh had several hours to wait for his homebound train and went to walk by the shores of a bay. Some brightly colored stones attracted his attention, and he picked several of them up and put them in his pockets. In the station at Pittsburgh, he took them out and held them in his hand. A light came in at a window, a long slanting light that played over the stones. His roving, disturbed mind was caught and held. He rolled the stones back and forth. The colors blended and then separated again. When he raised his eyes, a woman and a child on a nearby bench, also attracted by the flashing bit of color held like a flame in his hand, were looking at him intently. He was confused and walked out of the station into the street. "What a silly fellow I have become, playing with colored stones like a child," he thought, but at the same time put the stones carefully into his pocket. Ever since that night when he had been attacked in the motor, the sense of some indefinable inner struggle had been going on in Hugh, as it went on that day in the station at Pittsburgh and on the night in the shop when he found himself unable to fix his attention on the prints of the Iowa man's machine. Unconsciously and quite without intent, he had come into a new level of thought and action. He had been an unconscious worker, a doer, and was now becoming something else. The time of the comparatively simple struggle with definite things, with iron and steel, had passed. He fought to accept himself, to understand himself, to relate himself with the life about him. The poor white, son of the defeated dreamer by the river, who had forced himself in advance of his fellows along the road of mechanical development, was still in advance of his fellows of the growing Ohio towns. The struggle he was making was the struggle his fellows of another generation would one and all have to make. Hugh got into his homebound train at 4 o'clock and went into the smoking car. The somewhat distorted and twisted fragment of thoughts that had all day been playing through his mind stayed with him. What difference does it make if the new parts I've ordered for the machine have to be thrown away, he thought. If I never complete the machine, it's all right. The one the Iowa man had made does the work. For a long time he struggled with that thought. Tom, Steve, and all the Bidwell men with whom he had been associated had a philosophy into which the thought did not fit. When you put your hand to the plow, do not turn back, they said. Their language was full of such sayings. To attempt to do a thing and fail was the great crime, the sin against the Holy Ghost. There was unconscious defiance of a whole civilization in Hugh's attitude toward the completion of the parts that would help Tom and his business associates get around the Iowa man's patent. The train from Pittsburgh went through northern Ohio to a junction where Hugh would get another train for Bidwell. Great booming towns, Youngstown, Akron, Canton, Massillon, manufacturing towns all lay along the way. In the smoker Hugh sat, again playing with the colored stones held in his hand. There was relief for his mind in the stones. The light continually played about them, and their color shifted and changed. One could look at the stones and get relief from thoughts. Raising his eyes, he looked out of the car window. The train was passing through Youngstown. His eyes looked along grimy streets of workers' houses clustered closely about huge mills. The same light that had played over the stones in his hand began to play over his mind, and for a moment he became not an inventor, but a poet. The revolution within had really begun. A new Declaration of Independence wrote itself within him. The gods have thrown the towns like stones over the flat country, but the stones have no color. They do not burn and change in the light, he thought. Two men who sat in a seat in the westward-bound train began to talk, and Hugh listened. One of them had a son in college. "I want him to be a mechanical engineer," he said. "If he doesn't do that, I'll get him started in business. It's a mechanical age and a business age. I want to see him succeed. I want him to keep in the spirit of the times." Hugh's train was due in Bidwell at 10, but did not arrive until half after 11. He walked from the station through the town toward the Butterworth farm. At the end of their first year of marriage, a daughter had been born to Clara, and some time before his trip to Pittsburgh she had told him she was again pregnant. "She may be sitting up. I must get home," he thought. But when he got to the bridge near the farmhouse, the bridge on which he had stood beside Clara that first time they were together, he got out of the road and went to sit on a fallen log at the edge of a grove of trees. How quiet and peaceful the night, he thought, and leaning forward held his long, troubled face in his hands. He wondered why peace and quiet would not come to him, why life would not let him alone. "After all, I've lived a simple life and have done good work," he thought. "Some of the things they've said about me are true enough. I've invented machines that save useless labor. I've lightened men's labor." Hugh tried to cling to that thought, but it would not stay in his mind. All the thoughts that gave his mind peace and quiet flew away like birds seen on a distant horizon at evening. It had been so ever since that night when he was suddenly and unexpectedly attacked by the crazed harness maker in the motor. Before that his mind had often been unsettled, but he knew what he wanted. He wanted men and women and close association with men and women. Often his problem was yet more simple. He wanted a woman, one who would love him and lie close to him at night. He wanted the respect of his fellows in the town where he had come to live his life. He wanted to succeed at the particular task to which he had set his hand. The attack made upon him by the insane harness maker had at first seemed to settle all his problems. At the moment when the frightened and desperate man sank his teeth and fingers into Hugh's neck, something had happened to Clara. It was Clara who, with a strength and quickness quite amazing, had torn the insane man away. All through that evening she had been hating her husband and father, and then suddenly she loved Hugh. The seeds of a child were already alive in her, and when the body of her man was furiously attacked, he became also her child. Swiftly, like the passing of a shadow over the surface of a river on a windy day, the change in her attitude toward her husband took place. All that evening she had been hating the new age she had thought so perfectly personified in the two men, who talked of the making of machines while the beauty of the night was whirled away into the darkness with the cloud of dust thrown into the air by the flying motor. She had been hating Hugh and sympathizing with the dead past he and other men like him were destroying, the past that was represented by the figure of the old harness maker who wanted to do his work by hand in the old way, by the man who had aroused the scorn and derision of her father. And then the past rose up to strike. It struck with claws and teeth, and the claws and teeth sank into Hugh's flesh, into the flesh of the man whose seed was already alive within her. At that moment, the woman who had been a thinker stopped thinking. Within her arose the mother, fierce, indomitable, strong with the strength of the roots of a tree. To her then and forever after, Hugh was no hero remaking the world, but a perplexed boy hurt by life. He never again escaped out of boyhood in her consciousness of him. With the strength of a tigress, she tore the crazed harness maker away from Hugh, and with something of the surface brutality of another Ed Hall, threw him to the floor of the car. When Ed and the policeman, assisted by several bystanders, came running forward, she waited almost indifferently while they forced the screaming and kicking man through the crowd and in at the door of the police station. For Clara, the thing for which she had hungered had, she thought, happened. In quick, sharp tones, she ordered her father to drive the car to a doctor's house, and later stood by while the torn and lacerated flesh of Hugh's cheek and neck were bandaged. The thing for which Joe Wainsworth stood, and that she had thought was so precious to herself, no longer existed in her consciousness. And if later she was for some weeks nervous and half ill, it was not because of any thought given to the fate of the old harness maker. The sudden attack out of the town's past had brought Hugh to Clara, had made him a living, if not quite satisfying, companion to her, but it had brought something quite different to Hugh. The bite of the man's teeth and the torn places on his cheek left by the tense fingers had mended, leaving but a slight scar. But a virus had got into his veins. The disease of thinking had upset the harness maker's mind, and the germ of that disease had got into Hugh's blood. It had worked up into his eyes and ears. Words men dropped thoughtlessly, and that in the past had been blown past his ears, as chaff is blown from wheat in the forest, now stayed to echo and re-echo in his mind. In the past he had seen towns and factories grow, and had accepted without question men's word that growth was invariably good. Now his eyes looked at the towns, at Bidwell, Akron, Youngstown, and all the great new towns scattered up and down Midwestern America, as on the train and in the station at Pittsburgh he had looked at the colored stones held in his hand. He looked at the towns and wanted light and color to play over them as they played over the stones, and when that did not happen, his mind, filled with strange new hungers engendered by the disease of thinking, made up words over which lights played. The gods have scattered towns over the flat lands, his mind had said, as he sat in the smoking car of the train, and the phrase came back to him later as he sat in the darkness on the log with his head held in his hands. It was a good phrase, and light could play over it as they played over the colored stones, but it would in no way answer the problem of how to get around the Iowa man's patent on the hayloading device. Hugh did not get to the Butterworth farmhouse until 2 o'clock in the morning, but when he got there his wife was awake and waiting for him. She heard his heavy, dragging footsteps in the road as he turned in at the farm gate, and getting quickly out of bed, threw a cloak over her shoulders and came out to the porch facing the barns. A late moon had come up, and the barnyard was washed with moonlight. From the barns came the low, sweet sound of contented animals nibbling at the hay in the mangers before them. From a row of sheds back of one of the barns came the soft bleating of sheep, and in a faraway field a calf bellowed loudly and was answered by its mother. When Hugh stepped into the moonlight around the corner of the house, Clara ran down the steps to meet him, and taking his arm, led him past the barns and over the bridge where as a child she had seen the figures of her fancy advancing towards her. Sensing his troubled state, her mother spirit was aroused. He was unfilled by the life he led. She understood that. It was so with her. By a lane they went to a fence where nothing but open fields lay between the farm and the town far below. Although she sensed his troubled state, Clara was not thinking of Hugh's trip to Pittsburgh, nor of the problems connected with the completion of the hayloading machine. It may be that, like her father, she had dismissed from her mind all thoughts of him as one who would continue to help solve the mechanical problems of his age. Thoughts of his continued success had never meant much to her. But during the evening something had happened to Clara, and she wanted to tell him about it, to take him into the joy of it. Their first child had been a girl, and she was sure the next would be a man-child. "I felt him tonight," she said, when they had got to the place by the fence and saw below the lights of the town. "I felt him tonight," she said again. "And oh, he was strong. He kicked like anything. I am sure this time it's a boy." For perhaps 10 minutes Clara and Hugh stood by the fence. The disease of thinking that was making Hugh useless for the work of his age had swept away many old things within him, and he was not self-conscious in the presence of his woman. When she told him of the struggle of the man of another generation striving to be born, he put his arm about her and held her close against his long body. For a time they stood in silence, and then started to return to the house and sleep. As they went past the barns and the bunkhouse where several men now slept, they heard, as though coming out of the past, the loud snoring of the rapidly aging farmhand, Jim Priest, and then above that sound and above the sound of the animals stirring in the barns arose another sound, a sound shrill and intense, greetings perhaps to an unborn Hugh McVeigh. For some reason, perhaps to announce a shift in crews, the factories of Bidwell that were engaged in night work set up a great whistling and screaming. The sound ran up the hillside and rang in the ears of Hugh as, with his arm about Clara's shoulders, he went up the steps and in at the farmhouse door. End of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. Narrated by Bob Rollins in Augusta, Georgia.